front of me, I would take it all away. You can stop.
All right, call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so just by order of the town supervisor, people are to be wearing their masks. The exception will be if you are speaking at the podium or if you're one of the board members who's speaking. You're welcome to take off your mask only for that time. All right, so we're going to begin with a discussion of the Crane subdivision. So if you'd like to come to the podium. What would you like me to open?
I think the fifth item down, Cranes, yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen Rue with the Duchess Land Conservancy, Director of Land Projects. Thanks for this public hearing. When we were here last month, one of the items requested was to first locate the septic and well on the subdivided property, which if you can zoom in.
Is it on the other map?
Oh, yep. Oh, there, sorry, 920, if you go further down, I apologize.
This
Yeah,
one?
that should be it there. There we go. So you can see the well is to the northwest of the house. You zoom in further.
All right, so the house is here. You're saying
Yep.
the well's there, okay?
Yep. And the septic is just, it says SDS up there to the right.
Oh, here, okay.
Yep.
All right.
And then further, it was asked that I think what is on this map that was not on the previous map was also locating of the right-of-way and the public trail crossing.
Okay.
And then notations were requested referencing that these right-of-ways would be recorded. So firstly, those are noted there. And then if you zoom all the way over to the far left of the screen and then up a little bit, there is a note put in there. Oh,
I thought
sorry.
it was on
down.
the right side.
Oh, was it?
From what I saw, yeah, there we go. This is the note?
Yep, that's the inset. That's the
Oh, okay.
detail.
All right.
Yep.
That's the
And
detail.
then for the trail crossing, and then I
note.
guess it's a little further down than I thought. There's some text. There we go.
Okay,
Will be recorded prior to the sale of the overall property.
okay.
That's what that references to.
right.
When prior to the property being sold to the town.
Okay.
And I think those are the items asked for on the survey map.
Okay, so just to be clear, there's an easement that goes from 7 Wells Brook Road up the driveway
Yep.
and terminating, I guess, about here.
No, a little bit north,
Okay. Up to
where
here?
that trail pops out
Okay,
onto the driveway,
right here.
so that it
So-
encompasses
so here.
where,
Okay,
yep.
all right.
The-
And so this whole easement is for municipal and emergency access?
Yep, it's just a straight easement, right-of-way easement going to the town without those conditions actually within it, that it's for emergency. But that will be addressed at the town board meeting.
Okay.
That would be the use of that right-of-way.
All right. And then across here, that's the public right-of-way?
Yep, the trail crossing. It is sort of, it's narrower, but it's right opposite where the opening trail, as you can see, goes onto that sliver that is being retained on the eastern side of the property.
Okay.
So a trail will just have to come off, rather than people walking down the driveway.
Right.
They'll just access the edge of that crossing easement.
Right.
On
Yeah,
the
'cause
town
I saw that as a
property.
concern where people might start walking towards the house or down the road and get off of the actual trail system. so-
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. I don't
And
have.
then a copy of that draft right-of-way was provided by email. I don't know if there was a chance to review it, if there are any comments. That does still have to go to the town attorney, and the town attorney will be modifying that as the town, sees fit. That was just a very preliminary suggested draft from our organization.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I don't have any further comments or questions. We'll go through members of the planning board and then our consultants. Member Villano?
No comments.
Okay, thank you, Member Villano. Member Roman?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Roman. Member Morosky?
No comments at this time.
Thank you, Member Morosky. Member Lorberdier? Thank you, Member Lorberdier. And Member Williams?
No comment.
Thank you, Member Williams. All right, we'll now go to Attorney Polidoro.
Hi, the changes all appear to have been made on the plat. We just want the opportunity to check with the engineer that the meets and bounds descriptions close and are proper. So tonight, we have a resolution of approval drafted for the board.
Okay,
There's one thing that I want to bring to your attention, which is a little different than how we normally do it.
okay,
Because it's a subdivision, you're making a finding that a rec fee would be required,
right,
but it would be before a building permit is issued for a residential house. So if they follow through and donate the land or give the land to the town, then that rec fee doesn't get paid. But if for some reason the deal falls apart and it gets sold for a house, then that rec fee would get paid at a future date.
sure,
So that's slightly different than our normal procedures.
okay,
And then we have several conditions on the resolution regarding the access way and the easements. It looks like most of them have already been addressed, but we can take a look after.
Great.
okay. Thank you. Planner Werner?
Only comment is that the EAF has been revised based on my comments offered last time. Reminder that this is it's type 1 because of the size of property that's being conveyed to the town. The SECR review covers the subdivision as well as the sale of land that the town board has to approve. So it's kind of a complete record for all the actions, even though the planning board's only looking at one of them. So the negative declaration was drafted and sent around for adoption.
Engineer Berger?
No comment.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine.
Okay, having heard from our consultants, any members of the planning board have any further comments or questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, what we'll do now is I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing. Motion made by
So moved.
Member Morosky, seconded by Member Villano. All those in favor of opening the public hearing for the Crane subdivision, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, this public hearing is now open by a vote of 6-0 with one absence. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this Crane subdivision may come to the podium at this time. There is no one on the sign-up list. Okay. Seeing no one approaching the podium. All right. I don't know if you wanted to say anything for the public hearing record. You don't have to. Okay. All right. So with that, I'll need a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Motion made by Member Roman, seconded by
Second.
Member Williams. All those in favor of closing the public hearing for the Crane subdivision, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, this public hearing is now closed by a vote of 6-0 with one absence. All right, at this time, we have the SECR Notice of Determination of Significance, a negative declaration, again, for the DLC Crane Seven Wells Brook subdivision, which we've shortened to just call the Crane subdivision. All right. So, members of the planning board have any comments or questions at this time? All right. All right. Our consultants have anything to add regarding the negative?
I'll just summarize.
Declaration?
It finds that there won't be any negative impacts in Kingwood public use. It's going to be for passive recreation, no motorized vehicles, so.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now, okay, so at this time, we have a resolution granting preliminary layout. and
Before
final
that, there's a
plat approval.
resolution for a negative declaration. There's a
Where is that?
resolution.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Resolution determining significance, Crane subdivision. Whereas the applicant, Dutchess Land Conservancy, on behalf of Donald and Philip Crane, has submitted an application to subdivide an existing 39.86 acre lot located at 227 Wells Brook Road, 7063-00-350090, containing a single-family dwelling into two lots, let me take this off, and to alter the lot line between proposed Lot 2 and the Chestnut correct me if I'm wrong, Chestnut Ridge Rod and Gun Club? Chestnut Ridge Rod and Gun Club, parcels 388996 and 248920, in furtherance of a boundary line agreement, in order to convey Lot 2 along with four adjacent parcels totaling approximately 155 acres to the town of Dover for conservation purposes, collectively known as the project in the RC zoning district. And whereas the project is depicted on a preliminary subdivision plat entitled Crane Subdivision, prepared by Kirk Horton, LS, dated July 19, 2021, known as the preliminary plat, and whereas no new development is proposed as part of the project. And whereas the applicant has submitted a full environmental assessment form, also known as an EAF, dated August 30th, 2021, pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, also known as SECRA. And whereas on August 30, 2021, the planning board classified the project as a type 1 action and declared its intent to serve as lead agency in a coordinated SECRA review, to which the only other involved agency, the Town of Dover Town Board, consented. And whereas the Town Board has be the
That
Planning.
should say planning.
Town
board.
Planning Board, thank you. Town Planning Board has reviewed a draft notice of determination of non-significance, also known as negative declaration, setting forth reasons supporting a determination that the proposed action will not have a significant adverse impact on the environment. And whereas the Planning Board has reviewed the EAF and application materials, thoroughly analyzed the information regarding relevant areas of environmental concern, both submitted by the applicant and gathered by the board through its consultants and the public, and considered the criteria contained in 6 NYCRR subsection 617.7. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board hereby adopts a negative declaration determining that the project will not result in any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts and that a draft environmental impact statement will not be prepared. All right, this resolution is being offered by
Member Williams.
Member Williams, seconded by
Second.
Member Roman. Discussion on resolution determining significance of the Crane subdivision. Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of resolution determining significance for the Crane subdivision, if the secretary would please call the roll.
Member Corteen?
Aye.
Member LaRobier?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Roman?
Aye.
Member Verlano?
Aye.
Member Williams?
Aye.
All right, this resolution is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with one absence. Moving on to resolution granting preliminary layout and final subdivision plat approval for Crane subdivision. Whereas the applicant, Dutchess Land Conservancy, on behalf of Donald and Philip Crane, has submitted an application to subdivide an existing 39.86 acre lot located at 22 Wells Brook Road, parcel number 7063-00-350090, containing a single-family dwelling into two lots, and to alter the lot line between proposed Lot 2 and the Chestnut Ridge Rod and Gun Club. Lots 388996 and 248920, in furtherance of a boundary line agreement, in order to convey Lot 2 along with four adjacent parcels totaling approximately 155 acres to the town of Dover for conservation purposes, collectively known as the project in the RC zoning district. And whereas the project is depicted on a preliminary subdivision plat entitled Crane Subdivision, prepared by Kirk Horton, LS, dated July 19, 2021, known as the subdivision plat, and whereas no new development is proposed as part of the project and the single-family dwelling on Lot 1 of the plat is already in existence, and whereas on August 30, 2021, the planning board classified the project as a type 1 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, also known as SECRA, and declared its intent to serve as lead agency in a coordinated review. And whereas on September 15, 2021, the Town of Dover Town Board, the only other involved agency, voted to consent to the planning board's lead agency designation. And whereas on September 20, 2021, the planning board adopted a negative declaration for the project pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, determining that the project will not result in any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts, and that a draft environmental impact statement will not be prepared. And whereas a duly noticed public hearing was held on September 20, 2021, during which all those who wished to speak were heard. Now therefore be it resolved that a proper case exists for requiring that a park or parks be suitably located for playgrounds or other recreational purposes within the town, and that a suitable park or parks of adequate size to meet the requirement cannot be properly located on the proposed subdivision plat, and in lieu thereof requires that payment of to the Town of Dover Recreation Trust Fund for one new lot prior to issuance of a building permit for a residential dwelling on Lot 2. Be it further resolved that the planning board hereby grants preliminary layout approval to the subdivision plat. Be it further resolved that the planning board hereby grants final subdivision approval to the subdivision plat and authorizes the chair or his authorized designee to affix his signature to the subdivision plat after compliance with the following conditions. 1, payment of all fees in escrow. 2, revision of the subdivision plat to include the following note: before a building permit may be issued for development of any residential dwelling unit on Lot 2, the applicant shall pay the Town of Dover the recreation fee for one new lot at the then current rate. 3, revision of the subdivision plat to depict the location of the access easement over the driveway of proposed Lot 1 in favor of the Town of Dover with meets and bounds of the center line of the easement. 4, approval by the attorney to the planning board of an access easement over the driveway of proposed Lot 1 in favor of the Town of Dover, and recordation of the same with the Dutchess County Clerk. If recordation of the subdivision plat and easement are proposed at the same time, and undertaking from the applicant's attorney that the easement will be recorded promptly upon filing of the subdivision plat is required. 5, revision of the subdivision plat to depict the location of the public access easement across the driveway of proposed Lot 1 to accommodate the hiking path to be located in part on proposed Lot 2. 6, approval by the attorney to the planning board of a public access easement across the driveway of proposed Lot 1 to accommodate the hiking path located in part on proposed Lot 2, and recordation of the same with the Dutchess County Clerk. Recordation of the subdivision plat and easement are proposed at the same time, and undertaking from the applicant's attorney that the easement will be recorded promptly upon filing of the subdivision plat is required. 7, approval by the attorney to the planning board of a deed from Chestnut Ridge Rod and Gun Club to Crane for 1.902 acres, and a deed from Crane to Chestnut Ridge Rod and Gun Club for 1.147 acres, along with an undertaking from the applicant's attorney that the deeds will be recorded promptly upon filing of the subdivision plat. All right, this resolution is being offered by myself, seconded by
Second.
Member Villano. Discussion.
I do have
Attorney
some
Polidoro.
discussion. Based on the fact that they now have submitted updated maps,
Yes.
which show most of these, the board should consider whether they still want to include this note about the rec fee on Lot 2. It would require the maps to be reprinted.
Right.
So that's discussion. And then in item 4, or item 3, it talked about a meets and bounds description of the center line of the easement. In fact, I believe they provided a meets and bounds description of the whole easement area. So we can take out, just put with meets and bounds and cross out of the center line, because we don't want to have them redo that. They did more.
So with meets and bounds of the easement.
Yeah.
All right. Motion to amend this resolution to remove the words "of the center line" from condition number 3. Motion made by myself, seconded by Member Roman. Discussion of the amendment. Seeing no discussion of the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment to remove "of the center line" from condition 3, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, that vote is passed by a vote of 6-0 with 1 absence. I mean, I don't think there's any harm in just leaving the recreation fee language in there. I mean, presuming the town will be taking it over in a few months, it becomes a moot point, I would think, so.
Right, it just, everyone understands they're gonna have to reprint the maps, but, okay.
Is that a problem?
I mean, it protects the town, because if the deal falls apart,
Right.
then you get the fee for one new lot.
Sure.
I think that would be fine if, I just need to be clear on, I'll follow up with exactly what language should go on there, because he will have to reprint anyway in order to stamp and
Right.
get
So
that out for
we'll
signing.
send you a copy of this resolution,
Yeah. Yeah, so,
and they'll also
that'd
need
be fine.
permission to file. Yeah,
okay, thank you.
okay,
All right,
thanks.
thank you. All right, any further discussion on this resolution as amended? All right, seeing no further discussion. A resolution granting preliminary layout and final subdivision plat approval for the Crane subdivision. Secretary, please call the roll.
Member Curtin?
Aye?
Member LaRobertier? Member Borowski?
Aye.
Member Roman?
Aye.
Member Valano?
Aye.
Member Williams?
Aye.
Okay. This resolution is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with 1 absence. Thank you. Congratulations. Look forward to this becoming eventually town property, and thank you. Please, someone please let the constables know that there's 1 seat open now? If there's anyone out there? I'm sure there is. All right. Next we have discussion and then a public hearing for Double JK Ranch. Welcome.
Good evening, Planning Board, members of the public. My name is Yolanda. I'm the engineer from CT Mail representing this project. I believe today's public hearing was an extension from last public hearing
Yes.
with regard to the hunting club, as well as a public hearing for the erosion and sediment control permit for the North Pond.
Right, we folded the erosion sediment control into public hearing, so we didn't have to then notice another public hearing for just that erosion sediment control portion of it. So
So if...
But it is for both, yes.
Yeah. There are no changes to the submission material for the erosion and sediment control
Okay.
permit, but we did submit a example of a sign
Yes.
that we propose to place in the location where hunters would arrive when they first arrive at the hunting club, because they will be arriving essentially in a no shooting area, so the sign alerts them to that fact when they arrive and when they park.
Okay.
Generally speaking, the operation of the hunting club is such that the members will be informed about this ahead of time. There will be training and orientation sessions so to make them aware. And the sign that I was hoping that you could open is the one that looks like this, which is a separate piece of paper, a separate, actually, yes, that
This-
one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's zoomed, I don't know if you can zoom out,
Zoom out?
but the idea is that there's the logo that tells you where you are,
All right.
and then there's a depiction of the hunting areas.
Oh, so the map is part of the sign.
Yes. Yeah.
What would be the rough dimensions of this sign?
It hasn't been designed yet.
Okay.
But in order for it to be legible at that scale, I imagine that this would be about 24 to 36 inches.
Maybe like the size of your poster that you have? there?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that it would be legible.
All right.
But we
And-
haven't yet.
This is a sign in concept. You might have to change it slightly, and that's, okay.
We, in addition, the hunters themselves will be provided with a laminated version of the map so that they will have that.
Okay.
And again, an operational comment, I have a little pointer, right?
Yes, you do.
There is a little road,
Let me just
Here.
move it up a little bit for everyone. 'Cause you're pointing at the map part, right? Okay.
Yes, from the here to
Mhm.
here. That is a driveway used by farm equipment to work the fields here.
Sorry, okay,
From
so
the
where's
point
that
of
again?
view of the hunters,
Yeah,
there's a gate here, and this gate will be closed.
okay.
This is not an access road for the hunters to reach the fields.
I see.
They will go from the lodge along this side of the property. That will be how they will be directed to reach the hunting fields. The operator of the club decided that it would make a lot of sense to keep the hunters off that road
Sure.
altogether
Okay.
to reduce any confusion about when they are allowed to start.
Right. So just to be clear as to what I think you're saying is, so if there's any hunting going on over here,
Yep,
they come in up the driveway here, they go to the club part, so then they would basically go, let's see, north is that way, so they'd go east to
Yep.
be outside of the no hunting zone and then come around.
correct.
Okay.
Yes. These are operational decisions to minimize any chances of events that have been reported to have happened in the past to ever
Right.
happen
Okay.
again.
And based on the public hearing that we had at our last meeting, there was quite a number of allegations of things happening that I would think some people might find concerning.
Yes. And so trying to think it through so
Mhm.
that we could really prevent, right?
Mhm.
These two
Do the hunters walk?
changes or new ideas of how to address that are being promoted, and the applicant wants to do them.
Okay.
One more remark really that we would like to make is from a conservation point of view, using a property for hunting does preserve a lot of the growth, vegetation, wildlife that is there, which is not what would happen if the property was only farmed for farming, agricultural purposes, or if it was developed as a subdivision. So there is a conservation aspect to using a property as a hunting property. And the birds that are shot are actually brought in to the property. So it does preserve a lot of the natural aspects. So from our perspective, those are the only new information
Okay.
that we have brought with us today.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further comments or questions at this time, but we'll go through the members of the planning board and then our consultants. Member Roman,
No questions, thank you.
thank you. Member Morosky?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. You said that you were going to put these, how many of these signs are going to be put up? Just one?
The sign telling people that they're in a no shooting zone.
You mean this
not
sign?
this one. There are going to be a lot of those. These
Okay.
ones are at regular 150 foot. Oops. If you show the map part.
This map?
Yeah. A little bit.
Open it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Sign.
I see. So they're going to be
50
put,
feet apart.
so as hunters are approaching from the east and the north, they'll know that they're approaching the no shooting area, correct?
When they're in the fields, these signs is what they will see, and they'll also see one at this end, where there's a path that leads to the road. So when they're in the shooting area, those signs are very visible. What we were a little bit concerned about was when you arrive here, you're in the no shooting area, but you're not seeing any no shooting signs because you're not in the hunting field. So that's why we thought that a new kind of sign that would tell you that would be useful. The hunters are going to be told that in other ways, in their training, in the maps that they're provided, in information that they're given before they're allowed to shoot, but it's an additional precaution.
Good. Thank you. One other question. Last time you were up, you were saying that hunting times for the hunting area would be starting at 9 a.m.? I remember hearing that?
Correct? Yes?
Okay, I just want to just clarify a few things. And there's also going to be deer hunting. Deer hunting does start at sunrise, so there may be times when they'll be shooting earlier in the day. I just want to clarify that.
I believe that, is the deer hunting happening on our property? Yes, please.
Please come to the podium. Thank you. Will someone give him a map so he can make his way to the podium? Get him a bottle of water.
Let me just restate my question. You had said in the last meeting that, hunting for birds, that there's going to be bird and deer hunting on the property. And then hunting for birds would start at 9 a.m., but anybody who knows anything about hunting, deer hunting starts at sunrise, which that time of year is around, 6:30, 7 a.m.
Right.
I just want to clarify that, that's all.
Barry Osher, the club manager. The New York State big and small game will follow New York State guidelines with regards to hours allowed to shoot. The DEC permit, which is the bird preserve permit, will begin 9 a.m.
Yeah,
and will end before sunset.
I'm not bringing this up because I'm for or against it. I'm just looking
No,
for
I understand.
clarification.
I believe that is what I had mentioned last time. You were correct.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Anything further while I'm up?
Not from me.
Okay.
You're all set, Member Morosky?
Yes.
Okay. Just, if you could clarify one thing, because somebody might be wondering. Can you distinguish between the black line and the blue line for the signs? See how you have this black line going from sign to sign to sign, and then it's blue over here. If you could just clarify that.
No significance, drafting.
Oh, okay.
Zero significance, drafting error.
All right. So the black, so is the black line isn't something connecting the signs? It's just meant to show
Shows
the shape.
the radius of
Okay.
the signs, right? So that,
Gotcha.
say for example, if you're putting it in the field, this actual sign might end up like here,
Uh-huh.
as long as it's on those, and it's at no more than 150 feet apart.
Okay. So the signs may not actually be in those exact locations. They'll be along that line and curve, no more than 150 feet apart. Okay. I don't know if that language needs to be kind of
Yeah, I mean,
included.
we should probably make that clear, so when
That-
he goes to issue your permit, he doesn't deny it because it's
Because
not
the signs are in a different spot than what the map says. Yeah.
I will add some language that clarifies that.
And they're all gonna be on poles, you're not posting them on trees.
No.
All in poles.
And-
Because in order to do the farm work, we have to remove them sometimes because we have to mow and do agriculture activities
Mm-hmm.
and then put them back when it's time to open it up for hunting.
So they're removable, so what's the mechanism to take them down and put them back up?
So we'll insert a sleeve below grade that we can pop them out in order to hay the field. These are in the middle of a field.
Sure. I can see that.
There are no trees to post them on.
Okay, but they'll still be sturdy.
Yes, yeah.
So how long after you mow a field will you be putting them back up?
Well,
time
during
for hunting.
during season. So during season, we're not maintaining those fields.
Okay,
So this is really for the spring, summer, where we'd remove the sign, put them back up for the season, which is basically September to mid-April.
okay. We just don't want a situation where someone takes them down and then a month later they're still down.
Understood.
All right. Back to the planning board members. Member Morosky, you're all set.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Morosky. Member Robedier?
No questions.
Okay. Thank you, Member Robedier. Member Williams?
Yeah, one question.
Yes.
You stated that you're going to do an orientation for the members. What about the guests?
The guests as well, on each arrival.
How do you plan on documenting that?
We have a guest and member login book at the club. Want to know where every member and guest is at all times. So they'll sign in, be assigned an area that they'll be hunted, and they'll be noted that they've received both their map and an orientation.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will have them sign off on that as well.
Just in, thank you, Member Williams, you all set? Just in furtherance of that, I'm just curious, is that a DEC rule or regulation, or is that just what you see as like a best practice?
No, it is not.
Just kind of a best practice for,
I'm trying to address
sure,
further issues,
yeah,
preventing them.
all right, thank you. All right, Member Valano.
Just following up with Member Morowski, so deer hunting, there will be gunfire at sunrise, et cetera, because it's allowable by DEC. And I know this is a hunting preserve for birds, that's your DEC permit, so do you allow members or guests for deer hunting as well, or they only do the bird hunting and deer hunting is by you and friends or?
Presently, and over the past seasons, we have 2 or 3 members that have deer hunted. That's all. We don't tout ourselves as a deer hunting facility at all. It's really an amenity to the few members that want to do it. It's not something we're really advertising as a premium.
Does DEC require a permit to run a deer hunting preserve?
Well, no, because you'd have to be a high fenced-in area
Okay.
in order to do that. We're not. So again, following state guidelines.
Member Valano, it falls under the permit that you're granting now to the applicant.
Right, I was just wondering if DEC had a
Yeah.
further regulation, because I know they regulate the bird part. I was curious,
Yeah.
outside of the high fence, if they had any other regulation or permit required.
But I just want to be clear that as part of this, you're approving the deer hunting and the pheasant or birds.
Right.
And even though he says only 2 or 3, it could be all of them. At least that's what's
Okay.
being requested.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
That's it for now.
Thank you, Member Valano. All right, we'll go through our consultants. Start with Engineer Berger. This is because this is also a discussion of the erosion sediment control permit. Maybe you want to discuss that? And then anything else?
Comments, all the issues on the erosion control were done. The former pond is stabilized, so there's no need for any work at that, pond inspection on that, so it's all stabilized at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you. Planner Werner?
I think most of my questions are pretty much answered. I was wondering about the signs, the distance apart, if they were going to be fenced or just placed in the ground, so that's been answered.
Okay, thank you, Planner Werner. And Attorney Polidoro?
Just that as you go through this, if the board is to consider approval, one condition we may want to add is an annual inspection of signage at the beginning of each hunting season, just to make sure that it's up and in readable condition.
Okay. Is that, you're all set?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So just following on what our attorney said, so is there a defined hunting season that activities would not occur outside of that hunting season?
So the hunting season as defined in the DEC permit is September 1 to April 15.
Okay.
Typically, it's too warm and only getting warmer early season. Typically, we don't find any activity really happening until mid-October.
Okay.
And ending, depending on winter schedule,
Right.
early March.
Okay. Now, from the dates of April 16th to August 31st, might members of the club be at the practice trap, at the clay stands, or the flurry station?
They can certainly come up and use the clays, shoot clays, or come up and fish.
Okay. So to be clear, that there could be membership on the site
Walking,
all year round, doing various things within
correct.
what's allowed by the DEC. And okay.
Does deer hunting season correspond with those dates for
No.
that you provided?
No,
Shotgun for Deer is this Saturday before Thanksgiving and runs for, what's it, 19 days or something like that?
So it falls within September.
Well, it falls, yes, within that September to April, yes, but it's,
Shorter.
it's somewhere in October to somewhere in November, right?
Okay.
No, well,
Third Saturday in
October,
November.
oh,
Okay, all right.
Just within.
Shotgun and muzzleloader will get you into mid-December.
December, okay. So again, not the entirety of the time.
And, sorry, just, when you're doing 5-stand, are you limiting hours to start after 9 AM as well, or you,
Yeah, we
Part of it?
typically, yeah, we don't start before 9 AM.
and how late do you go? Typically?
The latest, probably an hour before sunset.
Okay. So in the middle of winter, that could be 3-something, 4
Yeah,
o'clock.
exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
As you're getting into the spring, you're talking maybe more 6 o'clock or, okay.
Can you just scroll the map
Yeah, where do you
down
wanna look?
A little bit more?
Where?
Just bring it up to about there. So inside some of the no shooting areas, are you gonna have additional signage? So if someone gets lost and turned around and doesn't know where they are, because it will happen at some point.
When they arrive and they park,
Park up there.
which is where I thought the sign should be. Can you think of any reason why there might be a need to?
Well, each person's going to
Brian,
You said laminated.
they'll have
Oh, yes.
small laminated.
tell them to
Yeah, you just have to be on the, Mr. Osh, sorry, you have to be on the microphone. So it picks it up, thank
You
you.
need to speak into the microphone, please.
Each member will have been issued a small laminated map. They'll be available in the clubhouse. They can take them with them. You know, if it's their first time going out, they're going to be escorted on the property. They'll each have cell phones. If somebody's in trouble, they'll call the clubhouse and we'll come out and get them. But this is not a large property. If they look up the look to the mountain and turn right.
Yeah, no, I get you. And these are not all guided. It's really first or second time you're shown around, and then you're on your own.
And, you know, the member is either there with their own dog or they're with another member that has a dog, so they're never going out alone on the property unless they've been there multiple times.
There's no chance for a drop-off prior to getting to that location up there?
A drop-off meaning?
Like somebody decides they're gonna offload right just before they get to the check-in area?
No one's hoofing it up
No,
Northeast Mountain Road.
So one of the rules, the guidelines is going to be must come into the clubhouse and be assigned an area.
Okay.
Is there technology that would allow you to, mark the boundaries of the no shooting area and then either put an app on people's phones or give everyone something they carry so that when they get close to it, it beeps or somehow tells them they're in the wrong
I don't know, I have a
spot?
couple of kids I'd like to put that on.
Shot collar.
Oh, it's not good accuracy.
I don't know that members would want the shot collar on them, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any further comments or questions from the planning board at this time? All right, so at this time, we had a public hearing, the last meeting, it was continued to this public hearing, but let's have a motion to continue the public hearing for the Double JK Ranch. Motion made by Member Roman, seconded by Member Williams. All those in favor of continuing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, this public hearing is now being continued. We have one person on the sign-up sheet. Appears to be Scott Mill. Okay, if you'd please come to the podium.
I just had a few questions about it. One was the 500-foot buffer zone, because I am one of the neighbors that had bird shot on more than one occasion, hit my garage and scattered through the trees. So the 500-foot buffer zone kind of concerns me, especially with the power of some of the shotguns nowadays. They've gotten quite quite a bit stronger than they were years ago. So I think that maybe, at least where the neighbors are, could be increased a little bit. The other concern is, what are they allowed to do other than hunt? Are they allowed to have skeet shooting on a weekly basis? I mean, you did mention that they have sporting clays up there. So are they allowed to do that on a weekly basis if they choose, or would that have to come before the town and say, here's what we're going to do on a weekly basis? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sit in my house every Wednesday night or something here shooting for 4 hours, you know, while guys are skeet shooting. That was really most of it.
Okay.
There was only a few concerns. And how much bigger is it going to get? Because it's been a hunting spot for years now. I don't know how many members they had, or, you know, what they're going to increase, you know, but that will increase traffic and everything else going up there. And the only other thing I was concerned about is how are they zoned? Are they zoned agricultural, or are they zoned just a farm? Because, you know, what's going on with your next agenda with the Harlem Valley place there, anyone that's zoned agricultural is going to be able to follow what they get. You know what I'm saying? Like with cabins and tent sites and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Once that door is open, it's open to all the farms in the area. So that was a concern of mine. And that's about it. That's what the concerns I had.
Your questions are being noted. I'm not sure if any of the applicant or our consultants can answer any of them at this time. But did you want to?
Yes,
Member
Scott.
Roski wanted to see if he could ask you a question.
I had a question for you. When you said pellets had hit your barn or garage, were you able to identify where the shooter was at the time?
I don't know from that map if I could. I mean,
In other words, was
I
he-
could see him. Let's put it that way.
Was he in the no shooting zone?
Oh, definitely. To reach my barn, it had to be.
Well,
I'm down on Sand Hill, so I would say, yeah, down in here, probably. That might be it right there, actually. This is your house? Yeah, so they had to be right up in here, you know?
so based on these new rules, that shouldn't happen again.
Shouldn't, you know? But who's going to police it if it does? You know what I'm saying? You do have deer hunting in there, and it'd be hard to believe that a hunter who's on that line, if he sees a trophy buck between my house and them signs,
You need to
let
shoot
that
it
deer
first.
just walk on by. And there's no one to really police it, or, you know,
Right.
Okay.
So,
that's a hard sell right there,
All right.
you know?
We might have an answer for one of your questions.
oh, the
Attorney
site's
Polidoro.
partially within the RU and partially within the RC districts, and they're applying for a membership club. So although there's agricultural uses there, this is not based on it being an agricultural use.
So they don't have the same rights as a
And
as a
recreational
farm or
business.
agricultural.
I
All
mean,
right.
they are farming, but the farming is not what's allowing them to be a recreational business / membership club. It's,
No, I understand that, but they could still be under the agricultural flag, and again, like what Harlem Valley is doing, trying to put up cabins and stuff like that. If they're under that flag, they could do the same thing, you know? They
well,
could
right,
just-
but they would have to come in for permits and plans, and that's, it's
No, I get it.
not, it has not been an easy process.
No, I get it. No, I know it hasn't been easy, but they're kind of opening the door for every farm in Dover, which could be an issue for everyone in the whole town, you know? Because it could be a 12-acre farm that now has tent sites and cabins on it because the door was opened. So those are some of the concerns I had, that's all.
Mr. Mill, you're all set?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mill.
Thank you.
Do you have answers to one of Mr. Mill's questions?
This question about skeet shooting or clay shooting, can you answer when that
So
is most likely to happen? or-
presently, we clay shoot on the weekends, typically between 10 and 12, 10 and 1. Again, presently, we have 5 or 6 people that shoot a couple times a month, maybe. That's
Okay.
the extent of it. We're not a 10-mile river that's looking to that has an active course, that's not who we are.
What about the question of getting bigger?
It's not economically viable. We are not getting bigger.
Okay. My recollection is some of our early discussions were that there would be at most 12 hunters in the morning, or pre-lunch,
Right.
12 hunters post-lunch, however the wording is going to be.
The property can't handle more than that.
Sure.
That's really what it's about.
Okay.
And in terms of location, we've given up, we've marked off generously an area that was in question with regards to the Sand Hill fallout zone. So we're just putting up signage there as well. You can see from the map, this becomes this no hunt area, no shooting area. This also will be demarcated with signage.
The signs. Yes.
What about the question of somebody deer hunting and they're in the no shooting area? The deer.
Look, that's,
What do you tell your hunters?
what do you tell? So everyone that's licensed in New York State has to follow, obviously, New York State guidelines. If they're outside those guidelines, state police will come in, strip them of their license, et cetera. But again, all of those signs will be in place throughout the deer season, which overlaps with the bird season. And anyone that goes out deer hunting, again, they're going to have to sign in where they are. They're not stalking. They're sitting in a stand. So they're going to be assigned an area for the few people that will come in. So we'll know where they are. We'll know that they're shooting in safe shooting lanes.
Thank you.
Can we just go back to the people again? It's 12 and 12. It's 12 out in the fields at one time, but there could be 12 in the lodge waiting to go, right?
Sure.
So we're talking about like a max of 24 at any given time?
I think that's reasonable.
I just want to make sure I'm interpreting what you said.
Yeah, there's certainly there'll be an overlap.
My understanding of the earlier discussions was that,
There'll be an overlap.
my understanding of the earlier discussions were you wouldn't start until 9 a.m., that there would be upwards of 12 people there, we'll say just the morning session, which may go, into the early afternoon, that there may be 24 people there at the same time because as the people are coming off from hunting or shooting, 12 people may be coming to the property, maybe everybody has lunch together, and then the original 12 leave, the new 12 are there for the quote-unquote afternoon session.
Right.
That's my recollection of the,
Right.
okay.
Which is about the highest number, right?
Right.
That's like coming up with a max,
Mhm.
Right.
partially because I needed to figure out my bathroom usage and what am I designing the septic for,
Sure.
right? Because that's your like total day people present. But yeah, this is part of what has come out of this discussion is, I've asked Barry, like, what do you do when the hunters, he's like, they lose their membership. They screw up, they lose.
Okay.
So that's more of a punishment, I think, than somebody who's not there reporting them. They violate the rules of the club. That's not good.
Okay, thank you. Do you have answers for any other questions, or
I think
that's time?
I think that was it from
Okay,
this.
thank you. We'll check on that. All right, another name for the Double J K Ranch public hearing, Joe Kuchar. Please come to the podium at this time. And Mr. Kuchar, if you could just give your address, because your name is added on. But.
Good evening. My name is Joe Kuchar. It's my wife Lori. We live at 21 Northeast Mountain Road,
21 Northeast. Okay, thank you.
right in the midst of the whole hunt club.
To be
So,
clear, you're in one of these three parcels here.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I've lived in Dover all my life, and I know a lot of people. Over the years, I've talked with a lot of different people, local businessmen, neighbors, farmers, friends, people who know I live next to the old Benson homestead as we know it, now known as Double JK Ranch. I can honestly say I've never heard anything positive about Double JK Ranch. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to share anything positive. The slideshow and the words my wife read August 30th public hearing say a lot about the character of the people proposing this project. They haven't won my trust in 17 years. On May 7th, 2004, Double JK Ranch was found to be in violation of S 145-59 through S 145-63, operation of a hunt club in an RU/RC zone without planning board approval. The cease and desist order that was put in place was never enforced. Double JK Ranch never complied with this order. So I'm wondering, in the future, how, who's going to police it, like Scott said. It's just, we've been dealing with this for 17 years. A lot of this is all new information to everybody here. So for 17 years, Double JK Ranch has done whatever they wanted. New ponds, new clubhouse, new barn, no permits, and many shooting violations, all with no regard to local state laws or anyone's safety. So again, I wonder, who are they going to be accountable to in the future? I personally supported TMR Preserve when it was in the planning stages. I remember there was a lot more specific requirements addressed in the public hearing. One of the requirements was noise test, where were to be conducted and possible natural sound barriers such as trees were to be planted to aid in noise reduction. I'm not hearing any of these requirements for this hunt club. I've reviewed the most recent proposed map, the practice trap, and could you scroll down just a little bit? The practice trap and the 5 stands and the flurry station are all about 1,000 feet from the 4 residents. Gunshot noise from that area bounce off the mountain with nothing to buffer the sound. What is the noise ordinance for a rural resident area? Benchmark results for TMR noise tests need to be applied to this project. Perhaps relocation of these stations should be considered if found to be outside allowable noise levels. I'd like to discuss the North Pond, which was installed under the radar without proper permits and approvals.
So this pond right here? Speak later.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Which was installed without proper permits and approvals. The pond was under construction for more than a couple years before completion, sometime in 2013. I wonder if any silt fences were in place during the duration of the project. Somehow I doubt it, because I do remember seeing silt deposits on the bordering Nanarella property. Could that have been caused by the runoff from the pond project? I'm guessing it was, as this property is downhill, in the downhill path to where the pond was installed and where the original runoff creek was. You don't typically see silt deposits from natural runoff in undisturbed ground surfaces. So what's the environmental impact? I know there's rare spotted turtles in that area. Also, if you could bring up one of my maps, slide 4.
I don't know if we have that. Hold on. All right. Where would I find that? Bear with us. They're organized per meeting, folder per meeting, so thank you. have the public hearing? Correspondence? Okay. No. 2021?
Try public hearing.
There we go. Thank you. Is this this is what you're referencing?
Slide 4, please.
Slide 4. This one?
Okay, so I have another concern.
Thank you.
With the pond closest to the road, directly across from the end of my driveway. Since this pond was enlarged, the ground at the shoulder of the road, all along this area, is always saturated. The edge of the blacktop is often wet, and I've in the past had to redirect water from running in the road to prevent ice buildup in the middle of the winter. Could this pond be leaking? The water is coming from somewhere. The wet area is visible from a satellite map that I provided. So this area right here, that dark green spot, if you can see that from a satellite map, you know that's a darker patch of green. That means water is leaking from there.
Okay.
Proper drainage around the pond along the road hasn't been right since the pond was enlarged. Also, my mother-in-law's front lawn in this area here, sometimes you can't even get on it with a mower. There's all kinds of water blisters that come up right in the front, right here on the edge. So the drainage all the way down through here has been disrupted over the years. These are just a few more examples of why proper channels for projects of these type need to be followed. From my perspective, there's a lot of unanswered questions. I look forward to hearing any feedback.
Okay. Thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the Double JK public hearing list, I'll open it up to any members of the public who did not sign up for this Double JK Ranch public hearing. Please come to the podium at this time. Okay, seeing no one approaching the podium, I see it as the planning board has 3 options at this time. One would be to continue this public hearing. Option 2 would be to close this public hearing. Option 3 would be to close this public hearing but leave it open for written comments till some near future date. But I'd like to hear from the members as to their thoughts.
Well, I think that the public hearing has been duly noticed and people have had plenty of opportunity to come forward and speak. We've heard from people last time and this time, and I think that that's sufficient.
Okay. All right. Any other members of the planning board?
I agree with Tamara.
I concur.
Okay. Any further thoughts?
The only other thing I would say is for the gentleman who spoke last for the public, is there any kind of follow-up that the planning board needs to do to address his concerns?
So if I got from his slide was oriented differently, but I believe.
He has north at the top. Yeah.
So that whole area would be in the no shooting area now, right? Which would address.
Yeah, so this pond is this pond.
Right. So the no
the
shooting
roadway.
area is addressed. The drainage, I think we're going to have, if that was a pond they created, I think we need to have Joe Berger take a look at it.
Right. And then also further, just Engineer Berger, you'll have to remind me, there's so many roads in town. Is Northeast Mountain Road a town road or a private road? I just can't, for the life of me, remember.
It's a town road.
Town road. That's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% on that. So it's possible that there is a drainage issue that the highway department may need to, given the current site conditions, it's possible the highway department may need to examine something.
I'm sure it's possible, yes.
Okay, we don't know.
We could certainly look into that.
Okay.
It may not be directly relevant or not, but we need to look into it.
Sure.
So, I could, we're meeting with the highway tomorrow, so we could do that tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you could use it.
There was also the issue of whether you wanted to require a noise study.
Well, I'm not entirely familiar with what transpired with the TMR project. Do we have, I mean, I'm aware that of 10 Mile River Preserve, and I know that there's a lot of public interest in that at that time. I'm just not familiar with that granular detail of them having a study.
I think they did do a noise study on it.
All right.
I was reviewing it.
Okay.
What could be done similar to was done TMR is more of a noise evaluation and a study. We know what a shotgun sound
Sure.
decibel is, 130 decibels. We know the distance to the homes. We know the reflection off of the mountain will cause a certain bounce back. So it could be a simple analysis versus a study.
Right.
Because
Okay.
that way we know exactly at 1,000 feet what the decibels will be, because it drops every 100 feet.
Sure.
And whether we have to meet the town's ordinance of 55 decibels at the property line, and whether it does or does not would require then soundproofing. So it's not as much of a study which you go out there and take
Like you said,
readings.
analysis.
More of an analysis which could be performed, which is more relevant because we know the information up front.
Right.
Than taking an
Again, so it's an analysis because there are no variables, you know, all the factors.
We know
involved.
what a shotgun will do, we know the location, you know the hill, so it's a calculation that will be prepared, and then if mitigation is needed, it'd be offered, and then we could put it in for, obviously, compliance with the building inspector. Myself would be charged with going out there and checking. If it doesn't meet, we would measure it, and it would be then be in violation.
Joe, don't you normally need a baseline, or you just assume that it's very quiet here because it's a rural area?
Well, you can, but you have to, in this area here, we've done enough measurings. We know it's below the 55. We could go out and take a few measurements, but that's usually factored in for a farm. That the shotgun will be, is at a much higher decibel reading, that the 40 or 45 decibels for a normal farm or 52 won't, it's not cumulative. It's a different frequency. So you would use the 130 decibels as the starting point, and it's just pure distance. That it's open field, so it's a pure distance. It's actually a pretty straightforward calculation.
Okay. All right, thank you for the clarification there.
Yeah, I would just say that we'd like, you know, if that's something that the board's going to require, I can check with my colleagues in acoustics, AKRF. We can review that too, along with Joe, for compliance and consistency with the regs.
All right. Do you have a sense of how long an analysis like that should take?
48 hours.
If it's a desktop kind of study where we know the sound level of a shotgun, and then it's just about calculating distances, it's not something that requires field work, like Joe said.
All right.
You know, I don't want to speak for a consultant that would do it, but it's something that's done, you know,
Okay.
at a computer.
Relatively short
It's a
time.
desktop study, so it's
Okay.
pretty straightforward.
All right.
If the board is going to require that, I recommend you leave the hearing open, just so the public can comment on the hearing results once back. It'll be new information.
Sure. All right. Thank you all. All right. Planning board members, having heard from our consultants, I'd like to hear your thoughts on a noise analysis, not a noise study, as described by our consultants.
I think based on her comment that would be new information, that it would make sense to keep the public hearing open,
Okay.
just because of that.
All right. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Member Williams. Any other thoughts? All right. Okay. So at this time, I'll make a motion that we continue this public hearing to our next meeting, which will be Monday, October 4th, correct? Thank you. to take place at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the planning board may hear the public hearing. Motion made by myself, seconded by
Second.
my member Roman. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing with this public hearing, as I previously stated, would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, this public hearing is continued till October 4th. Okay. Thank you.
Was it clear they're requesting the noise study?
Sure, you may approach.
Thank you. Will there be discussion on this project after the next public hearing to let me know whether we're actually doing a desktop study or not? How does that piece get resolved?
Oh, she's asking whether.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It
well,
will
it
be
sounds
done.
like,
I don't know if you could hear what the board said, but they seem to all agree that that noise study should be done.
The analysis should be
the analysis should be, not study. Analysis.
Right, I'm calling it a study, but it's a desktop analysis, yes.
Okay.
Are you asking if you're doing that analysis
No,
or
no,
if
no.
our
Whether
consultants?
you
are doing it?
actually decided that we should do the analysis.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
But again, I guess it should be clarified as to, are they doing the analysis or you're doing the analysis? Not you, but you're
Yeah,
going to have them.
the applicant would prepare it, we would review it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you. Let me close this out. All right, next on the agenda is a discussion followed by a public hearing for Harlem Valley Homestead. The applicants and/or their consultants could approach.
I'm going to take a moment, let a couple people shuffle.
Sure.
Excellent. Good evening. My name is Kathleen Gallagher with Insight Engineering, Surveying, and Landscape Architecture. I'm joined tonight by the applicants, Josh Biertel and Michael Armilio of Harlem Valley Homestead. I'm also joined by the project attorney, Neil Alexander from Cuddy and Fader. We are here tonight for a public hearing on the Country Inn and Conference Center special use permit and site plan for Harlem Valley Homestead. My understanding is the board would also like us to finish the review of the seeker environmental narrative and then go into the public hearing. So we would propose just to give a overview of the entire project for the members of the community that are here tonight, go through the outstanding environmental narrative, and then into the public hearing. But I defer to the planning board if you think that that's the sequence of proper steps for tonight.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Wonderful. So I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to come up and give us some insight on Harlem Valley Homestead.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good evening. My name is Josh Viertel. I live on Carlson Road in Wingdale, about a mile from this farm. I'm one of the co-founders of Harlem Valley Homestead, and I just wanted to take a minute and take a step back and familiarize everyone with this project, why we're here. When the farm on Old Forge Road first went on the market, a group of concerned neighbors in Wingdale and Dover got together to talk about a way to keep it a working farm and how to create economic development here, and how to boost the area's identity based on our beautiful natural resources, our food, our farms, and the river. We knew that this farm and the surrounding undeveloped land, which now contains 250 acres, could be broken up into a simple subdivision of 2 and 5 acre lots. That the farm, if that happened, would be lost, as so many farms in our community have been, and that there would be no coming back. Each of those lots would have a driveway, a well, a septic field, and would create a burden on schools and roads without creating jobs or developing the economy here. We had, and I believe have, a much better plan. When the neighbors got together, we said, let's keep this a working farm. And in fact, let's diversify it as a farm, and let's reinvigorate it as a farm. And let's bring people here to experience hands-on what it is to take part in the life of a working farm. Part of what's caused us to lose so many farms in our town and in our valley is that people do not understand and value where food comes from, the work behind it, and the lessons that can be learned from it. Our thought was, let's grow this farm into a place that can teach those lessons while creating much needed economic development in this town that we love so much. I consider those neighbors my co-founders at Harlem Valley Homestead. Many of them are in the room tonight, along with other supporters in the community who deeply want this project to come to life. And some were stuck outside for a long time. So thank you, everyone. Hi. Many supporters in the room. So thank you. So those neighbors introduced me to my partner in this project, Michael Armilio, who I know you all have heard from in the past. Michael has a home right across the river, and together we bought the land, launched this project, and brought the farm back to life. Today we grow pastured beef, pork, eggs, vegetables, mushroom, honey, fruit, and cut flowers. We employ people in the community, and we feed over 150 families every week. For people who have low incomes in our town, we offer steep discounts or food for free, which has been very important in these last 18 months. And there are people in this audience who've actually helped make that happen, and I want to express appreciation for it. Our plan is to create a places for people to stay overnight on the farm, a mix of cabins, a bunkhouse, and a renovated farmhouse, as well as spaces for educational programs, cooking, and sharing meals. The project is a mix of adaptive reuse, where we would be taking existing structures and improving upon them for new uses, some new construction, with a focus on previously disturbed areas so that we minimize impact. In addition, we'll be renovating our old barns and restoring and placing old infrastructure, and we're using sustainable design principles and building materials across the board. We intend to create a place that will have profound and meaningful impact on the people who stay there and positive impacts on our town and community for generations to come. Michael and I are not looking to build a business and then sell it. We have homes here, and we're here for the long haul. This project stands to create and maintain over 80 jobs in our community. These are good jobs with career paths, jobs our kids can get. It could generate up to $117,000 in new taxes for the town. It will create a demand for local goods and services from other local businesses, and it will keep this farm a working farm. The project is aligned with the town's master plan and priorities. It's aligned with the town's code. We're currently asking for no variances, and we meet every single condition of the permit we're currently seeking. We first came in front of the planning board 4 years ago, and over this past year, we've been under extremely intense environmental review, meeting with this board nearly every month. In that time, we expanded the scope of our studies, which have been extensive, and Kathleen will walk us through them, and made significant changes to our plans based on specific requests and concerns raised by our neighbors, as well as involved government agencies who reviewed the plans. What we're proposing is now better because of that intense process. And we are, I think, as this board has witnessed so far, always open to feedback and ideas about how to make the project better. We're very happy to be here tonight and to be in a place where we can hear not only from our supporters, but also from anyone who has concerns that we might be able to reasonably address as we move forward. We're really interested in hearing them and making the project better because of them. This project can bring so much to our community, and I think we need and deserve it. Thank you.
There's a little bit of a height difference, so we have to adjust the mic slightly. So I would ask that we go through the physical project. If we could bring up the seeker narrative. There's an aerial on one of the initial sheets that I think can help bring us context. And then I ask that we also have, you were right there. Yep.
This one?
Beautiful, yes. And then I would ask that we have the master plans in the queue.
And what would you have titled that?
second folder down.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah,
see, there we go.
actually, there's a set. Yep, and this should be the most
Second one.
up-to-date set.
There we go. Thank you.
Beautiful. Excellent. So I am going to start with the aerial. Wonderful. Harlem Valley Homestead is located at 147 Old Forge Road. As we've mentioned, the project is here tonight for a site plan approval, a special use permit, and a subdivision approval. The project includes 48 guest units, multiple renovations to existing structures, the construction of new additional facilities in support of the Country Inn and conference use, as well as recreational areas and associated parking. The project includes on-site stormwater management systems, a new public water supply system supplied by on-site drilled wells, and an on-site subsurface sewage treatment system. If we orient ourselves to the drawings, north is up on the sheet. The project consists of 5 parcels. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all shown in orange. The bottom 2 parcels are governed by the Duchess Land Conservancy easement. No development is being proposed on those bottom 2 parcels as part of this proposed project. The center parcel is a 100-acre parcel that's located in the center of the project. You can see that Old Forge Road actually runs right through the middle of the 100-acre parcel. The 10-Mile River is located to the western and northern side of the project. On the master plans, we'll point out that there's a stream corridor overlay district that includes 150 feet on either side, and there's a 100-foot principal setback included in that stream corridor overlay district that's regulated by the town of Dover, and the project is in compliance with that 100-foot principal setback. The project is located north of the Route 55 and Old Forge Road intersection. So we see Old Forge Road come down and Route 55 here to the south. The Connecticut state border is on the eastern side of the project. The Appalachian Trail is located to the east and to the north of the project site. It's a little bit off screen at the moment, but Appalachian Trail is located in this wooded area here. It wraps up and goes a little bit further than what we have seen, but there is a northern overlook that's about 1.5 miles away from the Farm Corps Center. There are Army Corps wetlands and town-regulated wetlands sporadic throughout the project. There's no disturbance proposed as part of the proposed work, and there are no DEC-regulated wetlands on the site. The area to the east of Old Forge Road is in the Resource Conservation Zoning District, and the area to the west is in the Rural District. The zoning districts are separated by Old Forge Road running through the site. And to orient ourselves, we can see the ponds here to the south. There is the farmhouse that's located to the east of, and if we actually want to zoom into that area, beautiful. Excellent. It's a little hard to see, but there's a farmhouse located to the east, and then the outbuildings associated with the proposed outbuildings associated with the existing farmhouse. The agricultural buildings are located to the east of Old Forge Road. The farmhouse is located to the west. But what you can see from this aerial is that the site is currently being used for agricultural purposes. There are market gardens on site. There are pastures located throughout the entire property. And so what you can see is there's quite a bit of property that's opened up and actively being used as agricultural land. And as Josh mentioned, the intent is to use as much of that previously disturbed area as part of the proposed development as compared to going into the forested areas. If we want to jump to the master plans, I would ask that we go to M2. There's only a couple sheets in the master plan set. Perfect, one more. Excellent. As part of the development of the existing farm, there are several buildings proposed to be removed, reconstructed, and new buildings to be constructed to continue to serve the agricultural purposes that are currently happening on the farm. What we reference as the farm core is really the center portion. So to orient ourselves to the aerial, you can see that Old Forge Road runs through the site. We're oriented the same way that north is up, and the existing farmhouse is located right here in the nook. To the north of the farm core are existing market gardens that are shown on site. On all this white space, you can see this negative space. It is the existing pastures that are utilized throughout the property. Any buildings that have a purely agricultural function are shown on the drawings in green. And you can see that those are the buildings, again, located here in the farm core. Although the agricultural improvements are an as-of-right use for the project, we are showing them on the drawings even though they're not in the purview of the planning board because they add so much to the context of the proposed development. Any building that supports the country inn and conference center use or the hospitality use is shown in blue. These are buildings that are used for dining and gathering and also host other hospitality uses. There's a third category which is shown in pink, and that is lodging, which is also in support of the country inn and conference center use. We refer to the area along the 10 Mile River, which is shown in this hatch to the left. We refer to this area as the River Cabins and the River Road, which is the western driveway that comes up from Old Forge Road. And we refer to the cluster of development up here as the Saddle Cabins, and we'll refer to this western driveway as the Saddle Loop, and you'll hear that continue to be referenced throughout the presentation. There are currently 48 guest units proposed as part of the project. Those consist of inn suites in the farmhouse, 3 season cabins, 4 season cabins, as well as a bunkhouse configuration in a building which we call the Hive. And you'll see a couple orange locations kind of sporadic throughout the site, and that's in support of the utility functioning of the project. Parking is located in the farm core, which is right in the center area. The project encourages a walkable community. The idea is that when you come to Harlem Valley Homestead for the weekend, you park your car when you arrive, you experience the land, and then you only go back to your car when you leave at the end of the weekend. There's 114 spaces being proposed on site, and then there's another 100 spaces that is being located in what we call the event overflow parking, which is a little further up on the River Road. It's right where the river and the Saddle Road meet. Right in this area. That is an existing meadow that will continue to be and function as a meadow, and only will be used for parking during event times. If we want to jump to M4, which is the last page in the sheet, I will give a quick overview of the utilities on site. Perfect. The sewer systems are going to be developed and treated on site. There will be 3 separate subsurface sewage treatment systems to treat all the different areas throughout the property. Those are going to be located on the northern end. 1, it's located outside the area of development, but 2, it's also where the best soils are on site for this type of use. The proposed systems are conventional septic systems. We will have a sewer service line, sewer mains collecting the wastewater from each of the units. Primary treatment will be provided in the form of grease traps and septic tanks, and the secondary treatment will be provided by conventional absorption tanks, which will consist of perforated pipe and gravel, and those will be in these areas that you see located on the plans that are mapped out. Wastewater systems are required to be in design in accordance with the Dutchess County Department of Behavioral and Community Health. The Health Department also issues the approvals. There is stringent testing requirements, all of this prior to the system being brought online. There's also additional approvals by the New York State DEC. The Department of Behavioral and Community Health requires that septic systems be located 100 feet from the 10 Mile River. However, the applicant has chosen to relocate both the primary and the reserve SSTS areas outside the 150-foot stream corridor overlay district in response to the county comments that we received last month. And so to point out this line is our 100-foot principal building setback, and then the second line in front of it is that 150-foot stream corridor overlay district. Water will be developed and treated on site as well. The water, because of the number of people we are servicing, is classified as a public water supply. The system consists of drilled wells, which are located at the top of the hill. There are 3 wells that are noted to the right. The water from those wells will go to a water treatment shed. It'll be disinfected by chlorine in a very conventional way. There is rigorous testing for well testing procedures that are mandated by the Department of Behavioral and Community Health. There are design requirements, approvals required, all of this prior to operation. Almost all the groundwater withdrawn through the wells will be recharged to the groundwater through the subsurface sewage treatment system that we just discussed. Our other utility is stormwater. The stormwater system is in compliance with local and state stormwater ordinances. The collection system consists of typical swales, which you can see in red that are showing the swales along the roads. Catch basins, which will be located within the parking areas and throughout the site, which are more detailed on the site plans, and drainage pipes. Stormwater treatment will occur in 2 separate ways. One of the ways will be underground infiltration systems, and those are located up adjacent to the river road. The second will be through the collection of a cistern, which is located just south of the farm core, if we want to roll down just a little bit. It'll help give us a little bit of context. Excellent. A cistern located here south of the farm core. The bulk of the project is going to go to the cistern, and this is going to be used to supplement the irrigation needs on site. This will ensure that a substantial percentage of the collected stormwater for the project, again, is being returned to the groundwater aquifer through the infiltration systems or through the cistern and eventually through the irrigation system. In addition to local and state ordinances for stormwater, and erosion and sediment control plans were developed in accordance with state requirements. Practices to mitigate any potential degradation to receiving water bodies during construction are included in that plans, including diverting clean water through swales. Sediment will be contained with the use of silt fences, which will be located at the toe of disturbed slopes, and the excavation of temporary sediment traps. Disturbed areas will be permanently stabilized within 7 days of grading. There's also going to be permanent erosion and sediment control, which will be accomplished by diverting stormwater runoff from steep slopes, controlling and reducing stormwater velocities and volumes, and vegetative and structural stabilization of surfaces. There will be off-site improvements as part of this project, which include widening of Old Forge Road at select locations to a consistent width of 18 feet, as well as the reconfiguration of the intersection at Old Forge Road and Route 55. And I'm going to save us a little bit of time and not dive too much into that because we're going to cover it during the seeker narrative. So that concludes my overall summary. Unless there are any questions from the board, I'm happy to walk us through the outstanding seeker narrative items.
Any questions on the summary? Any questions from our consultants just on the summary? No. You may continue.
Excellent. So if we want to jump to the narrative, I mean, again, I defer to the board of how they would like to walk us through that. And we're starting, I believe, on 8, impact of agricultural resources. And while we're getting to 8, I'll just give a summary for those who were not here at the last meeting. The Seeker Environmental Narrative is a document. It's an executive summary of all the studies that have been completed, a review of potential impacts or lack thereof, and mitigation measures being proposed. The record shows that the project's technical expert team has executed reports that have been peer-reviewed by other experts at the regional, state, and federal level for agencies. All the studies have been informed, the configuration of the proposed project that you are looking at tonight. All these reports mentioned and studies have been made available through the Town of Dover website if anybody would like to look in a little more thoroughly. Beautiful.
All right. So my recollection is that last time we left off with
the Indiana bat and northern long-eared bat mitigation, I believe.
I do believe we got through the DEC, but I'm happy to give one update to that item, which is that we have resubmitted to the Department of Environmental Conservation. We've CC'd the planning board onto that in relationship to their last set of comments. So we had submitted the Bog Turtle studies, the phase 1 and phase 2 for the properties located across the 10-mile river that are not part of the proposed project at the request of the DEC. The DEC has acknowledged that no bog turtles were found on site. However, they are asking that we propose additional mitigation. We have included additional notes, an education and encounter plan on the drawings, and that we've conceptually agreed to what those mitigation measures are. However, we're just working through the details of some of the wording and whatnot on the pamphlets.
Okay.
The impact on agricultural resources. The project is located in a state-certified Dutchess County Agricultural District 23. The farm has been operational since around 1800. The farming operations currently utilize the land for crops, gardens, and pastures, and the proposed project will continue to use the land in the same manner. Harlan Valley Homestead's farming operations are in accordance with the New York State Agricultural and Market Law. The farming operations and associated infrastructure are shown for informational purposes, as we previously discussed, but we are showing them on the drawings to give context. The proposed development is located in the farm core, which is a previously developed area, as we saw on the aerial. The proposed development is also located at the edges of existing pastures, along existing agricultural infrastructure. For example, the River Road is actually at the location that an existing farm road is now, in order to preserve the agricultural soils and the existing pastures. Really what's shown on the drawings in the white space is really the negative space. We also cited the buildings and proposed development in order to be in accordance with the Town of Dover rural siting principles. The establishment of new facilities to store equipment for the protection of vegetables, processing of vegetables, will allow and encourage the existing agricultural land to actually be better utilized. And for those reasons, we believe the potential impact for agricultural resources have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
Any questions, comments from the board at this time? Seeing none?
Our next item is impact on aesthetic resources. Impact to the viewshed from public resources were reviewed. This includes the Appalachian Trail, located to the north and east of the project site, as pointed out earlier. Potential impacts were reviewed in viewshed diagrams, a viewshed impact study that included photos from public resources towards the development. A meeting was held with adjacent neighbors in March, and the northern parking area, which no longer shows on the drawings, as a result of that meeting, was removed. Architectural drawings have been submitted with elevation showing colors and materials of the proposed building. Mitigation measures for the viewshed include the visibility of the proposed project is mostly blocked by topography or screened by vegetation. There are several areas where it can be seen, and in those limited areas, such as the Appalachian Trail overlook to the north, which is about 1.5 miles away from the project. The overlook can see the project as well as other buildings within the valley, other additional residences. And so what we made sure to do is any of the areas where the proposed building can be seen, the buildings are designed to align with the farm's existing design vernacular. The architecture scale, the colors, the materials, they all align with the regional and the local visual character. Careful consideration was made to maintain existing vegetation as well as to include proposed vegetation, which are further developed and shown on the site plan drawings SP 1.1 to 1.7. And for these reasons, we believe that potential impacts have been mitigated. Are there any questions from the board?
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, continue.
Impacts on historic and archaeological resources. The project is located in an archaeological sensitive area. For that reason, Tracker Archaeology performed a phase 1 and a phase 2 of the project in July of 2019. An addendum was added in 2020. Over 900 test holes were dug on site to determine the presence or absence of prehistoric or historic sites. No items of significance were found on site, and Tracker Archaeology did not recommend any additional work or study to the project. This information was submitted to the New York State Historic Preservation Office, who determined that the planned project will have no adverse impact. The proposed project also includes the existing farmhouse and its outbuildings, which are eligible for the state and national registers of historic places. For that reason, the architectural drawings have been submitted to the New York State Historic Preservation Office. Copies have been provided to the Planning Board. SHPO worked really closely with our architectural team to make revisions for the project to the buildings, what was permitted, what was not permitted, in order to make sure that we paid respect and homage to the historic character of the site. And they included a letter as well that had stated that the project will have no adverse impact. And for these reasons, we believe the potential impacts have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, please continue.
Impacts on open space. The goal of analyzing impacts on open space is to make sure that there's no loss of recreational opportunities. And this project will not result in a loss of recreational opportunities. The project has a positive impact, as it will give visitors more opportunity to access recreational opportunities and open space resources on site. And for these reasons, potential impacts have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
No?
Impact on transportation. The proposed project includes parking within the farm core, off-site improvements like we discussed, including the reconfiguration of Old Forge Road and Route...
Number 12, impact on critical environmental areas.
Oh, apologies. Excellent. The workbook states that if there are no critical environmental areas located on or adjacent to the proposed project, the impacts do not need to be reviewed, and there are none located on the project or adjacent to.
All right. Any questions from the board? Thank you. Number 13.
The proposed project includes parking within the farm core, the reconfiguration of the intersection, as well as the widening of Old Forge Road to create a consistent 18-foot width. Traffic studies and an event management plan have been created by Creighton Manning, the traffic engineers, and provided to the town. In addition, Creighton Manning has prepared several submissions and continues to work closely with the New York State DOT. They have reviewed the initial concept for the realignment of the intersection at Route 55. We just submitted this past week a resubmission to them as we continue to work through the details in the permitting process, and they will grant the final permit for that area. The traffic report indicates that the project will generate 83 peak trip hours, 83 peak hour trips. So this is below the 100 peak hour vehicle trips, which determines if traffic will result in a significant increase per the DEC workbook. And because we are under it, we will not result in that significant increase. However, our analysis did identify that off-site improvements were to be recommended to increase the safety of Old Forge Road. And one of those recommendations is to, again, better align the intersection at Route 55. This will create a better sight distance and a safer configuration as Route 55 and the intersection of Old Forge Road is approached. The other recommendation that was identified by analyzing Old Forge Road indicated that the capacity of the roadway can accommodate the additional traffic associated with the project, but the width of Old Forge Road is narrow in several locations. Creighton Manning used AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, for low-volume roads as a guide. It is the guide that Cornell Local Roads program utilizes. We are prepared as the applicant to bring the road to a minimum width of 18 feet. That is conducive to low-volume two-way traffic, which is a very reasonable minimum dimension for how the road's currently used. But the applicant, on their dime, is proposing to do these improvements because, as the project currently exists, employees are accessing the site. The CSA generates traffic accessing the site. And for those reasons, they want to increase the safety of Old Forge Road as it currently is now in order to reach that 18-foot minimum. Although independent of the project, we can note that the applicant requested a speed limit posting of 25 miles per hour be requested along Old Forge Road. The road is currently unposted, which means it defaults to New York State's 55 miles per hour. If you've ever driven Old Forge Road, that is not an appropriate speed limit. Our next step, we've been in front of the town board, our next step is to go to Dutchess County DPW and the New York State DOT. Again, Harlem Valley Homestead has an active CSA. Employees are accessing the site in order to make sure that it is safe for its patrons and employees and staff. We want to make sure that we're providing that condition. New York DOT will review any comments that they create or additional studies that they request. Creighton Manning from the applicant team is prepared to respond. We believe these offsite improvements are a benefit to the community, and therefore we believe that they are being mitigated, the impacts have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
All right, so just to be clear, the speed study is not within the purview of the planning board. That's why the applicant need to go to the town board and request that speed study, which the town board and the applicant came to an agreement as to how the applicant would entirely pay for that, so the Dover taxpayers would not be paying for that. And it's now going through the process of the county and the state. Where are we with the roadway being 18 feet wide as they're discussing?
I'm going to let Joe answer that.
It's still being discussed with the town attorney on so it's not been completely resolved. Still being at this, at this point, so it's not a complete answer to that, but it is being reviewed.
Okay. To be clear, the town attorney is a separate person from the planning board attorney. You spoke with the town attorney Wednesday.
We spoke last week, and he was looking into the issue, but there's still no final decision.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from members of the planning board?
Just a question. So for the intersection of
Go along.
55 and Old Forge,
That's been handled.
that's been handled, who?
DOT owns that. That's
DOT owns that whole, okay.
That's not the issue. The issue was the user road.
Right, I just didn't know how
Old
far
Forge
that
was in the
extended
town.
up to where it meets.
The DOT portion, that was a fee taking by the DOT. So the intersection and any work needed by DOT at the intersection of Old Forge and 55 is not in dispute or in error.
Right.
Yes, they own that in fee ownership. They took it.
That whole
Yes.
Yeah, I'll bring it up
funny
here.
The whole funny
intersection.
area along with the little dog leg or what do you want to call it portion
Yeah.
is a DOT ownership.
Okay.
And we have no concern, we have no input on that. The DOT is in the process.
they do
of
their own thing.
Advising them what they want done.
However, there was comments from some of the town residents about the use of making sure the school buses could circulate through the site. And again, the applicant responded to those comments, and we've updated and adjusted our plans in order to be responsive to those concerns.
All right, so here's the intersection of State Route 55 and Town Road, Old Forge Road. And as you're saying, the state owns
That.
that.
Yes, correct.
Correct.
But even though there's no line separating this from this, the state does not own Old Forge Road.
Okay, there's a line basically where that extends, goes straight across is what the state owns, up there, right there, straight across.
You're saying it would likely be a continuation of this line going in this direction to that direction?
That's what it does. That's the taking, goes straight across.
Okay. All right, any further comments or questions from board members with regard to this section of the EAF on transportation?
So the length of Old Forge Road is a town road?
Yes, the length of Old Forge Road is a town road. If our engineer could just maybe further explain exactly what that means for a road such as Old Forge Road?
Well, it's determined to be a user road, as most of the roads in Dover are, which means the extent of the travel way is permitted under, I want to call it an easement, but it's really further than easement but for description purposes. It's not fee-owned, it's owned in user status. In the town, and the residents of the town pass through it, and we maintain it under those conditions, and there's strict conditions of what we can and cannot do to improve them, and that's what's being identified right now. That's not 100% been concluded to, so we don't want to go to what's our limit. But as a user road, it's different than a fee ownership road, which the town would own the bed. The bed is not owned by the town. We just have rights across it. And the attorney could expand on that.
Joe,
Might be just
the last house on that road is in Connecticut, right? Does that impact anything on that road?
Just further explaining what a user road is. It's a road that was not formally given to the town. These days, when we do subdivisions, you know, we require them to give us a deed and a formal description, and they say, here you go, town, this is now yours. A user road became a road over a period of years of the public just using it and the town maintaining it, and to such an extent that now it's the town's obligation to maintain it. And so the town doesn't technically own the land under the road, but the town has the right to use the road and maintain the road.
People, taxpayers pay their taxes, and the highway department spends that money on
Yeah,
plowing,
on the road.
bringing in new material.
There was just never the formal handing over of a deed. And so it creates,
Because there was no deed for roads
Right.
100 years ago or whatever. Yeah.
so it creates, it's always a problem of history. So how wide was the road when it started? And, you know, can the town expand that road? You know, can the town just open it to 25 feet if it wanted? Or, so there's lots of rules for a user road that are separate than land that a town owns as a road.
And just to be clear, Dutchess County Parcel Access is a great tool, but in no way does it mean that those lines are exactly in the right place, and it might be off a little bit. So.
Yeah, there's usually a big disclaimer at the bottom that says you can't rely on any of the lines.
It's somewhere there.
Does
Somewhere on
that-
the website.
Does that mean that in any areas that Harlem Valley Homestead wants to widen to 18 feet, they would need permission from the people who live along that stretch, or what?
That's the $1 million question right now. The town attorney's reviewing it.
I wouldn't assign a dollar amount to the
Okay. Well,
Attorney
that's-
Polidoro.
well, I was using that term, but that is the question right now that's being discussed by the town attorney with input from the town engineer as to whether or not the title report shows that the town has the right to widen the road, or whether, you know, permission is needed from some of the neighbors, or whether permission is needed from some other party that, you know, maybe was the original person who laid out the road but has since moved on. So,
And has it been defined how many areas would be subject to widening? Are the spots that would need to be widened?
yeah, there's a plan. I don't know the sheet off the top of my head, but
The applicant has provided a plan.
Okay.
The applicant's done a pretty detailed plan and has reviewed that plan with the highway superintendent, myself, of the areas that they've planned on needed to be widened to meet the requirements of the fire department and code. So that's been very, very thoroughly done. Now we're just in the finalizing how we can accomplish that.
Thank you.
And the Route 55 interchange too, it was just submitted to DOT like today, right? As far as the Perm 33 plan set?
Last week, yeah, last Thursday.
Last Thursday, okay.
While they're consulting, I guess what can be said is that Harlem Valley Homestead owns Old Forge Road, where they own both sides of Old Forge Road. And then beyond that, who I guess could say, but that needs to be figured out.
That needs to be reviewed, yes. But the off-site improvements, again, are recommendations, and the applicant, again, is willing to pay for this on their dime. They're not asking for the town or the taxpayers to contribute to these improvements. Again, they feel that as the road currently exists, it should be brought up to these standards and are therefore willing to fund these improvements.
Okay. Any further comments or questions from the board regarding transportation in the EAF? All right.
Impacts on energy. The proposed project will generate a new medium voltage electrical service. It's being initiated from the existing utility pole that's on Old Forge Road. There's going to be 3 new transformers that are going to be located throughout the site. However, any mitigation will occur because there are going to be PV arrays, solar panels located throughout the site, which will minimize the energy being utilized. And for these reasons, potential impacts to energy have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
Do you have a study that shows the PV arrays will actually power the site to replace it?
It's not going to
With
power the
nuclear-
entire
because with
site.
nuclear-
It's not an equivalent. It's just to help mitigate
Gotcha.
portions of the energy being utilized on site.
Okay.
Any further comments or questions from members of the planning board? Please continue.
Impacts on noise, odor, and light. The project includes site lighting to allow pedestrian and traffic circulation to safely go through the site. The proposed lighting is dark sky compliant fixtures. That means they're fully shielded. They will only be on when needed. They will be no brighter than needed. These lights will be put on a series of sensors, dimmers, and timers in order for only the lights that need to be executed or put on for certain events are being utilized. In order to keep the total lighting down on site, we are not proposing permanent lighting for events such as the infrequent festivals or whatnot, and therefore we are proposing temporary lighting just in those specific situations in order to reduce disturbance in the total light needed on site. The project, as just mentioned, will include events such as wedding and festivals. Although these will be infrequent, noise was studied by VHB Engineering, Surveying, Landscape Architecture, and Geology. VHB conducted a sound study of the proposed project. This included identifying noise-sensitive receptor locations. So what that means is basically the residences that are near the project, conducting ambient sound measurements in the study area, predicting construction and operation sound from a range to potential events, assessing compliance with applicable noise guidelines and ordinances, and they were recommending strategies to minimize the potential noise. So the project does meet the Town of Dover noise ordinance. We also utilize the DEC guidelines, even though we believe that they are not generated for this type of activity. We believe that those are put into place in order to deal with noise from manufacturing buildings or such as Cricket Valley. But for this project, we use it as a guideline, and we are in compliance with the DEC guidelines. Some of the mitigation measures that are being proposed is the event spaces are being configured in a very thoughtful manner. So the location of the DJ, the location of the speakers, where that is on the portion of the site, are all being looked at in order to mitigate any noise for the project. The applicant is also implementing a sound monitoring protocol. This is something that has to be done, established, and completed prior to the CO. However, we are creating this document for planning board review in order to give the planning board time to comment on it prior to its execution during the building permit process. And for these reasons, potential impacts for this area have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
Any questions? You may continue.
Impacts on human health. This category is just to make sure that the project is not on, adjacent to, or near a contaminated site, does not use, create, or dispose of, or store hazardous substances, which this project does not, and therefore there will be no impact.
Any questions? I just wanted to stop just for the, just to be clear, there's a lot of people here that have never been here before. When we're not asking any questions, we've been asking a lot of questions over the last months and year plus. So just to be clear, because we're not asking any questions right now, doesn't mean that, don't read anything into that. We asked a lot of questions along the way about nearly all of these potential impacts. So please continue, Ms. Kelly.
And I will go through, we're so close. I think
Yes,
we're at the
we're
last
almost
two.
there.
So the consistency with community plans, the project aligns with the existing Town of Dover master plan recommendations. It's done by preserving the town's natural resources, the agricultural history, while promoting appropriate areas for the development of economic opportunities, which we feel like this project aligns with. And for these reasons, the potential impact have been mitigated.
Any new comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, please continue.
And we made it to the end. Consistency with community character. The proposed project retains existing facilities and structures of historic importance to the area. This includes the farmhouse and its outbuildings. In accordance with the Town of Dover rural siting principles, the project retains existing stone walls, hedgerows. These are traditional landscape features in the community. The project, as previously mentioned, has been reviewed by SHPO, and it's been determined that the project will have no adverse impact. But the siting scale, the materials associated with the proposed development is in alignment with the existing regional character. That is further proven by the fact that it meets the historical standard of SHPO, and therefore it's consistent with the community character of the site. Architectural drawings have been submitted to the planning board. They are available online. They show the elevations, the materials, the colors that are being proposed as part of the project. And for these reasons, potential impacts have been mitigated. Any questions from the board?
Any questions from the board?
And that concludes my review of the seeker narrative. And I'm happy to turn it over to the planning board for next steps.
Right. Chairman, I also just want to add,
Yes.
I also just want to add for the public that this is the applicant's presentation
Yes.
of why they believe they've
Yes.
addressed everything under seeker. When it comes time for the board to make the decision, we can look at this information, repackage it, put in additional information. So this is how this is their best argument for why this project won't have any significant environmental impact. So I just want the public to understand that this is not binding on the board. This is their presentation.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so at this time, we have this discussion, but I would really like to get to hearing the public, but I will quickly go through, as we usually do, to see if members of the planning board have any comments or questions, then our consultants, and then back to us. I have no further comments or questions at this time. Member Morosky?
No.
Thank you, Member Morosky. Member Lobadier?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Lobadier. Member Williams?
No questions.
Thank you, Member Williams. Member Villano?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Member Villano. Member Ramon?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Ramon. Any of our consultants have any comments or questions at this time? No, no. Is that one, two? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Two questions. Clarification on the stormwater. Are you seeking the 5-acre waiver, or are you going to work within it?
We are seeking the 5-acre waiver.
I want to just clarify. As far as health department submission, you're waiting for seeker to be done, but you're at the health department right now doing a preliminary review, and you've gone through full confirmation with the health department, from what I understand, which would be the quantity and type of flow has been already discussed and reviewed by the health department. That's correct?
Correct. We're working through their latest comments and working through the details.
Yeah, the first step is typically how much flow and what type.
Exactly.
Go through with the technical, and you've already done that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Berger. Having heard what Engineer Berger said, does any members of the planning board have any further comments or questions at this time? Seeing no further comments or questions, thank you, Ms. Gallagher, for this discussion. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to have a motion to open the public hearing. I presume we will open the public hearing. That's why we are here. But we have to actually vote on that. Then I will read the rules and regulations for conducting public hearings, and I will offer some clarifications with regard to the rules and regulations. Then I will read a letter from the J.H. Ketchum Hose Company, the fire department for the town, to put that into the record of the public hearing. And then we will go through, then I'll ask for a motion to continue this public hearing to October 4th, and I'll explain that at that time. And then we will start with the list of people who signed up for this public hearing. So I'll need a motion to open a public hearing for the Harlem Valley Homestead. Motion made by Member Villano, seconded by Member Williams. All those in favor of opening this public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, this public hearing is now open by a vote of 6-0 with one absence. I'm going to now read through the rules and regulations for the town of Dover. That's supposed to say public meetings. Section 1, addressing a board of the town of Dover. Persons other than members of the board may be permitted to address the board in the proper order of business. An applicant before the board shall have an opportunity to present its application and supporting documentation and witnesses to the board at the direction of the chair, as you've been hearing and has been going on for many meetings now. 2, members of the public shall have the opportunity to address the board during a public hearing on an application either in writing or by making oral comments to the board at the direction of the chair, as is about to happen. Federal, state, and town officials and employees may be recognized at the direction of the chair. No person shall be permitted to address any remark or question to any specific board member, nor shall any person be permitted to address the chair while a motion is pending. Any person who disturbs the peaceful conduct of business of the board, makes slanderous remarks, or conduct himself or herself in an unruly manner while addressing the board shall be barred from speaking further before the board and may be removed from the meeting room as set forth herein. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of the rules set forth herein. Sufficient warnings shall be given by the chair at any time during the remarks, and in the event that all individuals shall violate the rules set forth herein, the chair shall cut off the comment and such individual shall forfeit any balance of the time remaining for comments. After a final warning from the chair, if a speaker refuses to step down, the speaker can be removed from the meeting by a police or peace officer. Every member of the public shall be required to use a silent alert mode on or to mute the sound from all electronic devices such as cellular telephones, pagers, radios, personal data assistants, portable computers, etc. during all board meetings. Section 2, rules of conduct and procedures for public hearings. The following rules shall apply to all public hearings before a board in the town of Dover. Members of the public desiring to address the board during a public hearing shall register in writing prior to the beginning of the hearing by providing their name, address, and organization. If any individuals arriving after the commencement of the hearing shall be permitted to register upon arrival as long as the board has not closed the public hearing. There are presently 25 people signed up. If you could just have that down there in case anyone else still like to sign up. The chair shall recognize each member of the public in order registered when the chair determines it is time for such testimony. At such time, each individual shall identify themselves, their addresses and organization, if any, prior to the remarks. Each member of the public shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes, and testimony shall be limited to the subject matter of the public hearing. When a speaker is representing a class or a group, when a speaker is representing a class or a group seeks to speak on behalf of that class, group, or organization, additional time may be granted by the chair. Speakers may not yield any remaining time they may have to another speaker. All remarks from members of the public shall be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board member. Members of the public who address the board in writing on the subject of the public hearing shall have their comments entered into the minutes of the hearing by the secretary of the board. However, such letters need not be read at the hearing itself. Placards, banners, signs, and balloons are not permitted, and the distribution of flyers is not allowed in the meeting room. All members of the public shall remove hats when in attendance at any town meeting, with exception granted by the chair for extenuating circumstances such as medical or religious reasons. Thank you, sir. All right. So as I stated, we're going to just take care of 2 things before we go to the list. One is I'd like to make a motion to continue this public hearing to October 4th, 2021. Motion made by myself, seconded by Member Roman. Discussion. The reason for this is, as many people should know from me chairing quite a few meetings in this town, I'm very open to hearing from the public and want to get as much public input as possible. So to that end, everyone tonight will be limited to 3 minutes, and there'll be a sign-up sheet if you feel you need to speak more than 3 minutes for the meeting for October 4th, that you can sign up with the secretary when your 3 minutes has ended. And that way we can get through everyone tonight, and that way you can continue speaking at the next public hearing. So, any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of continuing the public hearing to the October 4th meeting, let's say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, that passes by a vote of 6-0 with 1 absence. So the secretary will have that sign-up sheet. So when your time has expired, if you wish to continue speaking at the next public hearing, please do come to the secretary and please do sign up. And one more thing. I want to read this into the record. This is from the J.H. Ketchum Hose Company from Ryan Sartori, Fire Chief, dated September 14, 2021, regarding Harlem Valley Homestead, Old Forge Road. Upon review of the above referenced project, we offer the following comments and concerns. 1, the fire department requests that all existing and proposed roadways be named and buildings numbered per the Dutchess County Enhanced 911 system. Once completed, the fire department requests that a map be made of the property showing numbered buildings for fire apparatus response book. 2, Section 503, Fire Apparatus Access Roads, 503.2, Specifications, 503.2.1, Dimensions. Fire apparatus access roads shall have an unobstructed width of not less than 20 feet with a road length of 500 feet or less, 26 feet with a road length from 501 feet to 750 feet, over 750 feet, special approval required, and an unobstructed vertical clearance of not less than 13 feet 6 inches. Section 503.2.3, surface, refer to Appendix D, fire apparatus access roads, Appendix D, Section 102, required access. D102.1, access and loading, must meet the requirements of this section, specifically be accessible to the fire department by way of an approved fire apparatus access road with an asphalt, concrete, or other approved driving surface capable of supporting the imposed load of fire apparatus weighing at least 75,000 pounds. 4, all existing and proposed dead-end roadways shall meet the requirements of Section 503, Appendix D, fire apparatus access road turnarounds. The fire department requests that the 96-foot diameter cul-de-sac referenced in Appendix D be used for this project. 5, the fire department requests that all existing and proposed buildings meet the requirements of Section 506 key boxes. The key box shall be an approved type and shall contain keys to gain immediate access for life-saving or firefighting purposes. The key box shall match the existing system that is used by the J.H. Ketchum Hose Company. Paperwork for the Knox box system will be provided upon request. 6, the fire department requests that water storage be studied to ensure that they meet the fire code requirements and capacity for the proposed project. This is to include fire storage capacity / potable water capacity for maximum occupants, along with well size and recovery rate. 7, the fire department requests that all buildings that have overnight occupancy be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system, and all other buildings where an automatic sprinkler system is required by code. 8, during extreme and severe flooding of Old Forge Road, the fire department will not have immediate emergency access to the proposed project area. Due to an increase in occupancy load, there is a major concern of evacuation of sick / injured employees or guests, along with additional building fire load that will need to be mitigated during the secret process. 9, the fire department is requesting 5 sets of interior firefighting turnout gear be included in this project during the secret process. This is needed to ensure that the safety of our firefighters is maintained with the essential equipment necessary while responding to an emergency incident. The J.H. Ketchum Hose Company will provide fire department turnout gear specifications upon project approval with an estimated cost of $18,000. 10, the fire department requests that upon completion of construction, or if done in phases, that a walkthrough be conducted for informational purposes only. 11, for reference, the fire department has met with engineers in the past during proposed projects in the town of Dover. We request that the engineer for the applicant meet directly with the fire department to discuss the proposed project. As this project moves forward, the fire department reserves the right to add additional comments or concerns. Thank you for allowing the fire department to comment on the above referenced project. All right, and to my knowledge, a meeting has not yet taken place between the fire department and the applicant. Oh, someone on their name crossed off, is that? Okay, thank you. All right, so I've read that letter into the record. All right, at this time, we will be going off of the list. Just give me a moment. As previously stated, members of the public will have 3 minutes. to speak, and if you wish to continue speaking, you're welcome to sign up for the continued public hearing that will take place on October 4th. First, we have Charles Gottlieb. Please come to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin, is it possible to get a little bit more than 3 minutes, as I do represent a number of residents? I promise to be brief, and I don't think I'll go much past that.
All right, let's see where we are at 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. For the record, Charles Gottlieb from the law firm of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna in Albany, New York, here on behalf of David Elliman, Adam Haid, and other residents along Old Forge Road, retained to review and comment on the HVH Conference Center application. I did supply a packet this evening dated 9/20, which is a review of all of our comments. So I'll be brief tonight so the board can reference that submission. In short, it's our position that the planning board must issue a secret positive declaration because the project certainly has the ability to result in at least one potential significant environmental impact. All evening we heard we will comply with regulations, the DOH is looking at this, the DEC is looking at this, we will pay for this, we will pay for that. However, those outside agencies are not responsible for the environmental review for this project. This planning board as lead agency is the sole agency involved of the is the sole agency responsible for the environmental review of the project. If a negative declaration is issued, all other agencies are bound by this board's environmental determination. For a few reasons, we note that the secret narrative the applicant has submitted is insufficient for purposes of requiring or for purposes of obtaining a negative declaration. Secret case law tells us that an expanded EAF for a type 1 action cannot substitute for an EIS and review of public participation. An expanded EAF noting mitigation that could be implemented is not a substitute for a DEIS, which is a draft environmental impact statement. In fact, identification of significant mitigation measures is an indication that DEIS is required. These are straight from case law that I did supply with citations for your reference. I've been a land use attorney now for about 9 years, representing applicants, municipalities, and community groups. I've been a part of Type 1 actions that have been supported by a neg deck. I've been part of actions and currently part of actions where Type 1 actions are going through the DEIS process. There's no one recipe. However, when a project is on an area with this many environmental sensitive areas where other involved agencies have been keep bringing up potential environmental impacts, a DEIS is the way to go, and this board should consider a positive declaration. A few reasons why. One, in an article today from the Times-Union, the applicant suggests that this is just a farm seeking permits and the application process has essentially taken too long. That's not true. This is transforming a farm into a conference center. That's what the application states. Further, the record to date is massive, unorganized, and represents Band-Aid responses to potential environmental impacts that have been brought up by the other involved agencies that were not initially brought up by the applicant.
How much more time would you need?
2 minutes, please.
2 minutes.
I'll probably say, I'm just kidding. On behalf of the residents, we've retained an ecologist, Dr. Eric Keviat, and an engineer, Kevin Dragonchuk, to review the record. Their comments are in our submission, so I won't go through them. However, there is a complete lack of meaningful review by the planning board here, and it's now time to change that. From an ecology perspective, the town should consider hiring their own ecologist to go on the site and to verify the findings. Flooding impacts were not even considered. Thankfully, the chair at the last meeting brought up the flooding on Old Forge Road. No mitigation has ever been considered as to how to fix that flooding, probably because the fix is to raise the road, which would put net fill into a floodplain, which FEMA prohibits. Potential traffic impacts, we went through that. We believe that mitigation is not even possible. Please reference our letter. Lastly, this will be my final point, compliance with the master plan. The applicant says economic development is the only way they comply with the master plan. They also say once a car comes in, that car won't leave until it's time for the attendees to go home. So they won't be going shopping, they won't be going into town, and so forth. You should look at other types of similar situations in other municipalities and see how they have fared. That same section in the master plan prohibits spot commercial uses. That's exactly what this is. This is a commercial use far away from other commercial uses in direct contravention of the master plan. Lastly, the master plan says that the town should utilize the secret regulations to the fullest extent. If you're going to follow the master plan, utilize the secret regulations to the fullest extent, issue a positive declaration, and require that a draft environmental impact statement be done. You're going to hear that you already have all that information. You might, but it's repackaged. It can be reviewed by your experts in a meaningful manner. So one is required here, and we hope it's considered.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. You're welcome to sign up for the next meeting with the secretary if you so choose. Okay, next we have Kim Haid.
I'm going to have to break this up because I had probably a solid 10 minutes here that I needed to do. So I've got two pieces. Part is really on zoning, and another part is, more about,
Ms. Haid,
what
if you
we've heard to
could just
date
bring
so
the
far.
microphone to you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. You have
Okay.
3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Kim Haid, and I live with my husband and 3 children past the project on Old Forge Road. We have been very active in requesting the project receive proper review, but I want to start by clarifying we are not against the HVH's right to farm. At the onset, we were cordial with the owners and the manager and attended several events on the property. Only after unpermitted land development work started did the full plan and the misrepresentation of their intent start to come to light. What needs to be very clearly understood is the HVH is not simply a local neighborhood farm trying to operate. The owners did not spend $2 million on this property, likely several more since, and plan to spend millions more just to operate this small farming operation. The end game business plan is to be a resort where wealthy guests come up from the city, have fun and play country for a few days, use the on-site spa facilities, then return to the city. It is not a homestead, no one lives here, and when the day is done, the lights go out and everyone goes home. They do have some employees that manage the small ag operation, but they are not the bustling farm they claim to be. They like to use the term agritourism. Agritourism is designed to help farms supplement their income, like a hayride, and then you ultimately buy the pumpkins. So it's to draw people to buy your farm goods. That is what agritourism is designed to be. The situation here is completely reversed. Here, the revenue driver is this conference center, and the on-site farming is the venue or the angle to drive the people to the conference center. The only reason the farm aspect came first, and they have built that out, is because there's no permitting required for them to do that portion of it. As for their intentions, they have stated themselves, and this is in their reports, that the primary intent of the on-site food production is to feed the on-site guests. The surplus then may go to avenues like farm markets or food banks. So the 150 families they say they are feeding locally goes back burner when they start getting top dollar for their kale. As for economic development, the whole vision for this project is a guest stay on site for their full stay. Dining, sleeping, recreation, not leaving until checkout. For those from the city, there will be a shuttle to and from the train. We should have no expectation that guests will be moving about our community and spending money. Regarding employment, even there, their model is to bring apprentices and interns onto the property, AKA cheap labor. We expect you realize why our local government groups have been so quiet on this project to date. Dover's Conservation Advisory Council is chaired by Evan Van Hook, who lives on Old Forge Road before the project. He was personal friends with the investors, the owners, brought them to this property and to the business idea of creating this. These people are from the city, have since brought a property here. Mrs. Janet Pickering, also a Conservation Advisory Council board member, resident of the front end of Old Forge, sold the HVAs, a large portion of her land, in order for them to be able to have 200 acres to make a conference center.
Ms. Haid?
Yes.
Please finish your portion about various people, and then you'll have
Okay.
to sign up to the-
Okay, sure. With the investors and the owners not being from the area, it was clear they were counseled as to who their local opposition could be. So with deep pockets, they secured who they needed to gain buy-in and prevent voices of concern. It's almost done here. No longer with them, they hired the Scotticoke chief to work at the farm. They took on Lynn Martin as managing director, who also happens to be director of the Oblong Land Conservancy. The Housatonic Valley Association, which protects the watershed and proclaims to be stewards of the river health, has Evan Van Hook on their board. Money has brought the HVH staff to write grants for funding, a pretty website, and a crafty PR spin. It is public record they received $170,000 via a COVID payroll relief loan that will very likely be forgiven. So even with deep pockets, they are working the system, which in turn hurts the actual working folk like us residents. I doubt other local farms have the luxury of having apprentices and interns and general managers.
Ms. Haid?
Yeah.
Thank you. Please sign up for the next public.
There'll be one after that, too.
We shall see. Thank you, Ms. Haid. Roger Erickson. Roger Erickson, okay. Hello. Mr. Erickson, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Roger Erickson. I live on 527 Dogtail Corners Road is what it used to be, but it's 42 Hillcrest Lane now. Dutchess County decided that. I like the old name better. Can you scroll this down a bit?
Sure. Hey, pause your time while I'm finding your house.
We bought this property right here.
This one?
It was the fishing cabin of Bulls Bridge Farm. We've been there for almost 24 years. And we were neighbors of the Shelbys for a long time. I mean, there's the farm. I mean, this is where a lot of the activity is, right here, as far as the new development. When it came time for Shelby's to sell a farm, we were very hopeful about it staying a farm. And it was. We were thrilled. It was a thrilling moment to find out it was going to be a farm and it was going to be organic. I visited the farm, went from there to visit the owners, and things looked positive for a while. They went downhill quickly with the construction. The construction had nothing to do with farming. It had everything to do with making this project what it is now. It took me a long time to believe that the farm was basically entertainment for future guests. And that isn't worth all of this infrastructure that's going in there. If this was just a farm, we wouldn't be having these meetings. Ag is fine. Organic's even better. This is a sensitive area. It may not meet the standards of the ecological, the critical area. I forget what the acronym is, but it sure looks like it to me. Is that 2 minutes?
It's been 2 minutes.
Okay, got it.
You have 1 minute.
So all I know is I'm living on this river. I'm very intimate with the animals that live there, and I talked about them when this was presented to the board the first time. I'm not going to get into that, obviously, but I really, really would strongly recommend that this get a I forgot the acronym of that, but positive declaration. It needs a draft environmental impact statement. It's got to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Erickson, Janet Pickering.
My name is Janet Pickering.
Ms. Pickering, if you could just move the microphone to your, thank you.
My name is Janet Pickering, and I'm a neighbour of Harlem Valley Homestead at I live at 30 Old Forge Road. I have submitted comments in writing, but I also wanted to speak in person here tonight in support of this application. I've been a Dover resident since 1978, so have over the years seen the passions that major land use projects arouse, whether from NIMBYism or concerns about environmental impact. While the proposed plans will undoubtedly bring changes to the neighbourhood, I've considered all the issues presented in the material provided to the Planning Board and support approval for the following reasons. First, the plan keeps a working, diverse farm on beautiful land. It will enable the Dover community and visitors from further afield to enjoy and learn about the natural landscape and best farming practices. The impacts on surface and groundwater, viewsheds, and of higher visitor numbers have been analysed, and I believe that any negative impacts have been mitigated by the use of best engineering practices, use of the topography, and careful landscape and architectural design. And I'm confident that the town's excellent engineers and planners have reviewed the technical aspects of the plan and will monitor the plan going forward. Secondly, I believe that HVH can be an example of smart economic development for Dover. It will provide both construction and permanent employment opportunities and enhance Dover's visibility among visitors looking to spend time in our lovely Harlem Valley. And finally, I've been on record about my main concern being increased traffic on the road, so I've read the traffic studies carefully. It's my understanding that at present levels, the use of Old Forge Road does not meet the standards for a rural road. Improvements, including selective widening and installation of functioning culverts, will bring the road up to a standard that will meet both present and forecasted levels of use, and most importantly, will be made by the applicant and not by Dover taxpayers. These, along with keeping the road unpaved and establishing a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, will make the road much safer while retaining its historic character. I'd also note that improvements on Old Forge Road to bring it up to recommended standards for rural roads of this kind are long overdue and should be undertaken regardless of the decisions on this application. For these reasons, I'm supporting approval.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pickering. All right, next, Amir Arbiter. And I do apologize if I say anybody's name incorrectly. You can just correct it when you come to the microphone, please. With a name like Courtine, it gets mispronounced all the time and misspelled in a lot of emails recently. So.
Thanks, you got it correct. My name is Amir Arbiter. My family lives at the intersection of Old Forge Road and Route 55. We're on the northeast corner. We were friends with the Shelbys for many years before that. Our family acquired the property approximately 50 years ago, and we're now into our fourth generation enjoying the neighborhood. We are supportive of the project. The only concern we really have is how the road will be developed. We do have multiple family members, including some of my grandchildren, who walk there, and so we're obviously concerned about the safety issues. In terms of the agriculture production there, we actually benefit from that. In season, when we're here, we are regular customers of that, and Josh referenced the fact that there were some community members who were anxious to help provide the benefits of those healthy products, and so we have participated in that project, and I think we probably even initiated it. So we're very supportive of the project. We're concerned about safety. We're also doing a lot at our corner, for those of you who pay attention to it, in terms of what we can do to enhance the land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Clara Coleman.
Hi, my name is Clara Coleman, and my friend Amanda Clark, who lives at 16 Carlson Road in Wingdale, asked me to speak on her behalf since she was unable to come tonight, and she is in support of this project. Dear members of the Dover Town Planning Board, With the Harlem Valley Homestead up for public comment this evening, I wanted to be sure, as a member of the community, to express my unequivocal support of this project. 4 or 5 years ago, when the property that was known to us as the Doc Shelby's farm went on the market, we were concerned. Living nearby, we were very fond of the farm, having admired its sweeping views and river frontage on many walks and jogs along Old Forge Road. We knew that it might be subdivided and developed into multiple residences, damaging the character of the land and the bucolic gravel road along which it sits. We were delighted then when we learned that the land was to be purchased and used in its entirety. Since then, we have closely watched as HVH has transformed this beautiful but somewhat neglected property from a defunct farm into a thriving agricultural enterprise. On their farm tours, I have learned about their sustainable practices, from reinvigorating the soil through crop and livestock rotations to preventing erosion and runoff by planting living fences and riparian barriers. They have also introduced healthy, vigorous beehives to our little corner of the valley, thereby fostering important pollinators, not only for their own crops, but for those of farms and residential gardens, and fruit trees in the area as well. More tangibly, the farm provides local access to high-quality produce, meats, honey, and more. My own family has benefited from this through enrollment in their CSA program and regular orders from their farm store, which I have noticed also offers subsidized goods for Dover families with lesser means. Pre-COVID, the HVH tours, potlucks, classes also provided novel opportunities for my family to recreate locally, to learn about the land around us, and to engage with members of our community and others from further afield. More recently, they have begun to offer small, thoughtful, socially distanced opportunities for people to visit the HVH and connect with its soil and one another through it. This has been incredibly refreshing, considering how insular and/or industrial many of the recent projects in our town have been. While those have created jobs, so too will the HVH project, but it promises to do so not by paving roads, building plants, or closing off vast tracts of land to the community, but by inviting people onto the land, capitalizing upon and thereby fostering the natural beauty and ecology of our unique area. I have seen signs and even received flyers regarding the HVH from a vocal neighbor of the project. This individual and his cohorts have questions and concerns, and I think that is important with any new project, for such questions to be asked and addressed through the public planning process. That said, I have found that this individual's actions and rhetoric are not those of someone with a sincere civic curiosity about HVH and its potential impacts, but rather one that has decided on a personal level to malign and derail the project out of hand. Certainly, there are a handful of critics within the community for most projects put before the board. However, from what I have seen, HVH has gone above and beyond in providing proper research and documentation to assuage legitimate concerns and to plan in accordance with local codes and directives. To deny such a project in order to placate a small minority of detractors would be a shame and a possible deterrent to future development interests in our community. And finally, as I've experienced Harlem Valley Homestead, even in its limited pre-approval capacity up to this point, it has impressed me as an enterprise with nothing but sincere intentions and great potential to enhance our community. Sincerely signed, Amanda Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Evan Van Hook.
Now I'm beginning to sincerely wish I had written it all down because everyone spoke so well. I'm Evan Van Hook. I live at 71 Old Forge Road. I'm here to speak in support of the project. I really come to my support initially from the land. This entire area is beautiful, but this particular land is really in a class by itself. It's sort of nestled between the 10 Mile River and the Appalachian Trail, and the views are just spectacular. I do live nearby, and I look out my window. Almost every day I see 2 or 3 bald eagles fly past. I see bears walk out of the woods, and it's an absolutely spectacular part of our community. And so when I knew that Dr. Shelby was going to sell the property, of course, the first thought is, gee, what could happen with this land? And to my mind, the best thing that can happen to preserve a very special piece of land like this is for there to be an end use whose entire purpose and value derives from the aesthetic value of the land, its continued use as an agricultural asset, and the cleanliness of the environment. That's what this project is about. It's about bringing people here so they can enjoy this absolute treasure in a clean environment with clean water. And I know that our town officials are going to do an excellent job reviewing the environmental requirements, but what's really going to keep this property protected is the interest of the developers, because if they do anything to hurt this environment and hurt the aesthetics of this property, they're shooting themselves in the foot, and they would never do that. To my mind, that is what's really going to keep this property pristine, because the end use here is tied to that beautiful, I don't know if I did that, but.
No, I did.
Okay. The only other quick thing I just wanted to say is that I, like my neighbors, and as the project proponents, we do have that concern that the traffic be managed appropriately. The one thing I would have to say most important to me for that is that the road remain unpaved. First of all, it's huge aesthetic quality. You turn off of 55 and you immediately go back, 100 years when you turn on that dirt road, and your blood pressure drops 10 points. I also think there's a tremendous safety consideration there because it is unpaved, and if the speed limit is set at 25, people will travel more slowly, and there will simply be less of a burden on that road. And so those two things I think are really important. I'm very supportive of the project because I think it has preservation of the property at its core, and I really hope that we can keep that road unpaved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Van Hook. I said thank you, Mr. Van Hook.
Oh.
All right, next we have, looks like Jim, and it looks like Lawler. Jim Lawler? Sorry. Just, if you just give me,
Mr. Chairman.
if you just give me like 5 seconds here, I'm just trying to, my phone is about to die, so I'm trying to come up with a,
Do you want to use my phone?
okay, thank you. That'd be better than having this thing up on the screen. Please just state your name because it's a signature, so I couldn't really tell, but,
Jim Lawler.
okay, please go ahead.
I'm here on behalf of my mom, Betty Lawler, who owns 14 acres along the 10-Mile River, and she lives at 392 Dogtail Corners. She wasn't able to come. I don't have a prepared statement. The reason I signed in was because I'm just trying to get up to speed with the project for her. She's not able to be here. And she, of course, is concerned with any impact to her side of the river. So I'll have to do my homework, I guess. I'm not allowed to ask, right?
You're free to ask questions.
Okay.
Let me just pause this. You're free to ask questions. There's no expectation that the consultant or our consultants or the applicant will answer your question at this time, but all questions do need to be answered.
Okay.
Because again, part of the reason for that is that we just might not have a fully formed answer for you, and we don't want to give incomplete information. So if we
Okay.
know the answer, we'll give the answer.
My mom's driveway is the old Forge Road on the opposite side of the river, and she is concerned if there's going to be boating from the cabins that are going to be 150 feet from the river. People coming across and coming up onto their side of the property. So that is, one of the things that I'm not familiar with. I'm just trying to get up to speed from what was going through tonight, so.
Do you have a question if there will be boating?
Well, boating where they would come over on her side and that
Fine.
type of thing.
So that someone can get that answer, might be at the next
Yep.
public hearing.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe I could sign up for the next.
That's what I was about to suggest. If
Yes.
you'd like to sign up now for the next public hearing,
Okay.
then you might maybe have, you can go back, come up with some more questions.
Get up to speed. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to switch over to your phone now. Thanks. Can you unlock it?
You don't need it?
Oh, can you unlock it? Can you unlock it? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lawler. Bill Bonecutter?
I'm Bill Bonecutter, 278 Dual Hollow Road. I'll go a bit off script here because I just want to make some personal comments about what I learned about Josh Vertel when he first moved here to the Harlem Valley and Wingdale. I represented as a realtor, the seller of the barn that he purchased and on Carlson Road. And he talked about his philosophy about food. And he talked about being a homesteader and what he wanted to do with his life. And this was way before Dr. Shelby sold and this germ of an idea was developed. Josh is an amazing person that has the ability to gather people, teach them, influence them to get their hands in the soil. Go back to a time that we all here in Dover appreciate from our history. And I just wanted to let you all know that through our friendship and his education to so many people, I think that this town will flourish, we will prosper, we have a future ahead of us that will be dignified and respectable and well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bonecutter. George Nichols?
I've been a resident of Dual Hollow Road for 30 years, but tonight I'm tasked with reading a statement from a newer neighbor of ours on Dual Hollow Road who couldn't be here tonight, and his name is Hall Carlo, and he's writing on his behalf, and also Michael Kriak, all of us on Dual Hollow Road. I'm writing to express my support and enthusiastic backing of Harlem Valley Homestead's application for a special permit to expand their operations to include hospitality and continued education in the natural food industry. I'm a resident of the hamlet of Wingdale and have been for over 4 years, residing at 193 Dual Hollow Road. Over the years, I have loved exploring the gift of the lands around our home, and Harlem Valley Homestead has played a dynamic role in that discovery. I've been to the farm several times since they've taken up their mission, and I fervently believe in their next step. Harlem Valley Homestead has fostered a community around outdoor recreation with educational value, as well as shown a dedicated investment in fostering community and collaboration in the town of Dover. I believe in their ability to take this mission to the next level and create a place that will truly shine as a beacon for the greater Dover ecosystem. And the addition of 83 long-term and sustainable jobs to our community is a benefit in which I have a hard time not seeing significant value. I have also participated in events at Harlem Valley Homestead, including a fantastic butchering class where many of us learned about the realities of ethically raising cattle and the production system of beef as a food source. We toured the farm and together butchered a cow down to prime cuts. It was an incredible day, and we ate the spoils for months at my house. I look forward to new and ongoing opportunities like this at Harlem Valley Homestead, and I am humbled by their vision to make experiences like this as accessible to the world as possible. I am also very excited by their plan to offer rentable cabins and spaces which my extended friends and family can make use of when visiting. Having a quality solution for this is something our community is in dire need of, and the tourism aspect is exciting as well. We need more reasons to come to Dover, and this plan provides an amazing one. I believe in what Josh and his team are creating at Harlem Valley Homestead, and though I cannot be at the meeting in person, I write to express my eager wish that you vote to pass their application and special permit so that others can meet them and experience the joy and beauty of our lands and community.
I see no greater opportunity for this land than the vision of the Harlem Valley Homestead team.
Okay.
That's Hall Carlo, 193 Dual Hollow Road.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Next, we have Kevin Dragonchuk. And again, please correct me if I mispronounce your name.
Thank you very much. It's Draganchuk, but it's been Dragonchuk my whole life, so.
Sure.
It's not a big
It's
deal.
Courtien, but it's been Courtine. Let me stop this. It's been Courtine my entire life.
Well, thank you very much for the
Please start
opportunity to speak. I just want to introduce myself briefly. My name is Kevin Draganchuk. I'm a professional engineer and environmental engineer with CA Engineers, PC, located in the town of Crawford in Orange County, New York. I was retained by a group of the residents that live near HVH to evaluate the potential for significant adverse environmental impacts from the proposed expansion at Harlem Valley Homestead, specifically related to stormwater management and treatment during and after construction, sanitary sewage treatment disposal, and land and soil disturbances. I generated a letter that was provided, as Mr. Gottlieb said, to the board previously. Based on the results of that evaluation, as you'll see in the letter, there are numerous potential significant adverse environmental impacts from the HVH expansion, resulting from sanitary sewage treatment and disposal, the land and soil disturbance, and stormwater discharges that necessitate the development of a full EIS. Just to briefly summarize, the site is, as so many of us have said here tonight, directly adjacent to the 10 Mile River, which best uses include recreation and fishing. The site contains sensitive ecological habitat for a number of threatened and endangered species. The proposed plan expands the existing facilities and includes 27 acres of soil disturbance and 3.7 acres of new impervious surfaces. Stormwater discharges during construction have the potential to contain sediment and construction-related pollutants, such as oil and grease, that can adversely impact 10 Mile River. More than 5 acres of soil, as was previously said in the meeting, at a time will be proposed to be disturbed. That requires specific authorization from DEC due to the inherent increased risk of soil erosion and stormwater discharges full of sediment. Sediment discharges into the 10 Mile River would increase its turbidity levels, which is strictly prohibited by New York State regulations and can adversely impact recreational opportunities and aquatic life. Dewatering of groundwater, which has been proposed, needs to be properly treated to remove sediment. The treatment systems need to be properly operated and maintained, and the dewatered groundwater needs to be properly disposed of. Impervious surfaces like roadways accumulate pollutants, such as metals and oil from cars. When it rains, stormwater picks it up. Inadequate treatment can result in those pollutants being discharged to the 10 Mile River. Based on the documents I've reviewed, most recently the October 2020 SWIP, there are no infiltration test data in the proposed infiltration areas. There is no details on how water quality and runoff reduction will be met if the cistern capacity is less than what is required to do so, and no details on the pond system, which will collect overflows from the cistern. Sanitary sewage expansion will include operations such as a brewery and agricultural sources. The engineer's report on those topics did not detail how they determined the design volumes and capacities and the composition of those wastewaters, which of course have a very significant impact on the sizing and design of the treatment system. So in short, my recommendation is for a full environmental impact statement due to the potential for significant adverse impacts. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jacqueline Ganega. And like I said, please correct me if I'm wrong.
It's Janega, very
Janega,
close.
okay.
My name is Jacqueline Janega, and I'm a resident of Dutchess County, currently residing in the town of Wassaic. Growing up in the suburbs of New Jersey, the outdoors was a world I was entirely unfamiliar with. Whether it was getting lost in a sea of fog, encounters with wildlife, or the potential for injury, an environment that wasn't a concrete jungle was one that terrified me. But it wasn't until I spent time on Harlem Valley Homestead's property that this changed. My time there pushed me out of my comfort zone as I entered the various pastures, fields, old logging trails, and the turtle-filled 10 Mile. From learning about various foods and flora to the history of the land bit by bit, the chains my fear of the outdoors held me by began to uncollar. The pressures from society judging you and urging you to be better or busier seemed to lessen, and there was no longer this pressure to fit in. I finally entered a place where I ultimately belonged, not just in the wilderness, but in a community. Fast forward to a few years later, and that girl who was afraid to open the door to the outside world went paragliding in mountains, crossed the UK on foot solo not once but twice, and is now one of only 10 women on the planet to receive the Pathfinder School of Outdoor Survival's Intermediate Certificate. I wouldn't be standing in front of you today proud of who I am and what I have accomplished if it wasn't for Harlem Valley Homestead's instrumental impact in my life. This place is more than a farm. It's a destination worth every moment spent and memory made. With love and hard work, I've seen the farmhands tend and toil the roots to the foods that nourish us and to the roots of our surrounding community. They are passionate in taking care of the land and their occupants. Whether they have 10 fingers or 10 toes, cloven or clawed, the beings that reside here call it home. Last year in 2020, both the COVID-19 pandemic and the loss of my mother forced me to uproot my life. And when it came time for me to relocate, I had to look carefully about what the word home meant to me. It's a place where people share encouragement above despair, and a place where the word nourishment means more than just your vitamin intake. I, amongst many here in Dutchess County or the surrounding region, know that I can have a promising future with Harlem Valley Homestead in reach, which is why I've chosen to rebuild my life just 15 miles away. Would you deny your neighbor the opportunity to work and play in what could become a pillar to the community and region? Would you deny an infrastructure intelligent in design that boosted economic growth while also aided in conservation? Would you deny today's and future generations the ability to trace their food down to the field and the row, perhaps even to the tree from which it did grow? There could be a boy dreaming to study permaculture, but just didn't know where to start. And there could be a girl right here in Dover dreaming to hike the Appalachian Trail, but just needs that door to open. In a world where people are longing for belonging, to deepen their connections to land and to what feeds them, why would someone be denied to do this when allowed to? Harlem Valley Homestead changed my life, and the beautiful and infinite possibilities of what we allow it today can only benefit us tomorrow.
Thank you. Shayna Brabender.
Hi, my name is Shayna Brabender, and I have lived in Wingdale for 33 years. And I am here in support of Harlem Valley Homestead. Tonight I'm taking my 3 minutes to talk about some positive things that the homestead has done. I have known Josh for almost 4 years now, and over those 4 years I have been at the homestead many times. The homestead does so many great things for our community. During the height of the pandemic, the farm stand remained open, and they even accepted SNAP benefits. The homestead has planted trees along the 10 Mile. They have had several job opportunities for locals. They participate in Cleanup Day. They have wonderful programs in place, including learning about farming, foraging, cooking. They do live streams on social media that talk about anything from different types of plants to the history of the land. They have wonderful events where you can tour the farm, cook over an open fire, and even enjoy a meal. I could go on forever, but I only have 3 minutes. My point being is that the homestead is planning something I 100% believe that Josh and the homestead will do the best job. This is their home, and this is where they work. And after years of constant and unnecessary bullying, they still show up and make sure that they do the best they can. That also shows me great strength. I don't know if I'd be able to handle this all as gracefully as they have. And as nerve-wracking as it is for me to stand here and speak in a room full of people, I want to show them the same love and respect that they have shown me over the years. Sadly, there are people in this room who don't want to speak out because they're worried about they're worried that they will receive the same constant ridicule and bullying that Josh and the homestead have endured over the years. I greatly appreciate you guys listening to me gush about a homestead I love so much, and I hope by sharing all the positivity it somehow drowns out the unnecessary negativity. I'm happy to have this homestead in my community, and I hope to see them flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Duncan Bryan?
I'll pass.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Eric Harvey?
Hello, my name is Eric Harvey, and I'm the farm manager at Harlem Valley Homestead. So I work at 147 Old Forge Road. I've been farming for over 10 years, and one thing that's been really apparent working at Harlem Valley Homestead is just the extent to which everybody who's involved cares about the land, the soil, the water, and this community. As a young farmer, access to land is getting harder and harder, and the commitment of this project to protecting farmland and providing access to farmland for young farmers like myself is very inspiring, and because it gives me hope, and I hope, obviously I'm in support of this project. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Katie Rose Hilgess?
Hi, I'm Katie Rose Hilligus. I'm here, I'm a teacher, I'm a resident of Pauling. I'm here to speak in support of the applicant. First, I'd like to thank the planning board. My husband sits on the planning board of Pauling, and so I know how much work it is and what a service it is to your community that you're listening to our comments and making these thoughtful decisions about the town of Dover. I'm a mother as well to 2 young children who have grown up on the produce and the free-range eggs of Harlem Valley Homestead. I'm really grateful that there is a working farm in the area where my children can learn about where their food comes from. I'm a member of the Pauling Farmers Market, a board member, so I care very deeply about local agriculture, and I know that HVH really supports that mission. Finally, I'm a nature-based educator, and I believe that the educational mission of Harlem Valley Homestead is really in alignment with our deep need as local communities to develop climate resilience. And so I would just like to express my deep support of the project, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adam Haid.
Hi there. Yes, I'm Adam Haid. I'd like to start with just, Josh had stated before, and I quote, "It is also important to note that the land could be developed in other ways. We own 248 acres, and it is mainly zoned for 2 to 5 acre lots and could be subdivided and filled with McMansions." So here's the truth. The Shelby's Farm was purchased in 2016 for $2 million. It is 100 acres and is located completely in residential 5-acre zoning. To do the math quickly, 5 into 100 is 20. That is 20 lots if it was possible to subdivide and develop every acre on the farm. That would equate to $100,000 a lot. Keep in mind that is raw land and not including the site costs associated with and fees with subdividing the property. However, it would be impossible to subdivide it into 20 lots. Almost all of the property is impacted by steep slopes, wetlands, various setbacks due to the river. The whole open area up on top is soaking wet. If you look on Google Maps, you can see water just crisscrossing through the area. There is no way you are getting any houses or very few houses in that area. Our calculations for subdivision possibilities, maybe 5 or 6 lots. Would any developer spend $2 million on the possibility of a few lots in Dover? Absolutely not. I say this with experience. I'm a real estate broker with 30 years experience, and I've been involved with many development projects and feasibility studies. In fact, before I purchased the property, I investigated all the neighboring properties next to my home. I easily concluded its highest and best use was going to be a gentleman's farm. That is, the whole is far more valuable than the sum of the parts, should it be subdivided. This is not uncommon, especially when you have these types of specialty properties. As you build a home in the view of the shed of the farm, the value of the farm would go down more than you gained. No developer had interest in the farm. Furthermore, Mara Shelby, who's here tonight, had no interest in selling it to a developer. Hopefully, that settles this myth about they saved the farm. The farm did not need saving. In regard to the other parcels, Pickering, who sold them the amount to allow them to have enough for a conference center, was already preserved. That is 86 acres, which allows 3 primary residences. The other 60 acres was also very impacted by wetlands and steep slopes. There was no concern of a major subdivision happening. So I looked today. There are 33 tax parcels in Dover with 200 plus acres. That is possibly 33 more conference centers. I can guarantee you the majority of those will not have the challenges this site has for development. Don't set a precedent. Don't set a precedent. You are being watched, and if you allow this to happen, you have created a roadmap for the rest. At the very least, you need to vote for a positive declaration on this project. Scott Mill over there had a concern, and he talked to you about a project that was on earlier. They have 250 acres. I'll leave with this. The Beretta camp was an old Boy Scout camp. That camp, they thought they were going to survive. You know what? It didn't. That camp turned into the Beretta shooting range. And then after the Beretta shooting range, now it's dormitories for Olivet. Okay? So watch what you're doing here. I know it sounds like a great project. However, these projects fail, and when they fail, they turn into something else. Evan Van Hook, I know you're our counsel, so I would at least hope that you'd want the proper review, and a full environmental impact statement does just that. So as our counsel, Janet, Evan, I'm sure you're in support of that at the very least.
Mr. Haid?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eileen Gunning.
Eileen Gunning, and I'm at 27 Hillcrest Lane, right up there at the top. The 2.32 acres, which I have turned into my mini farm. My goat made the hair for my vest, and I spin and weave it, and so on and so forth. My main love and attraction for the Harlem Valley Homestead is that as a teacher of 35 years down in White Plains, I started a school garden. And the first crop that we had was some lettuce. And a young 16-year-old man comes up to me and says, "But, Miss G, this is green." And I said, yes, it's lettuce. But what I get in McDonald's is white. And this is my idea about Harlem Valley. We have such a responsibility for helping young people and older people to understand what is a farm, what is food, where it comes from, how animals, I would never do the vegan thing if animals are treated properly, And this is what Harlem Valley does. Okay, so I mean, this is why it is so important. Yes, I also have a degree in environmental science. We do have to make sure we're taking care of the environment. But it's a project that is very necessary on this world at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gunning. Next, we have Stancy Duhamel.
Thank you, Chair Courtine, members of the Planning Board, for giving us this opportunity to comment on this project. Before I do, I just want to thank our volunteer firefighters. We're in the month of 9/11, 2 weeks passed, and I've worked with members of families of firefighters, and I know I've seen their pain, I've seen their loss, and I just want to thank all of you for what you do, especially volunteers, to come to fires and put them out. And we had a brush fire in Dual Hollow, and you guys were on it, so thank you.
Thank you.
As a resident and taxpayer of Dover since 1989, 32 years, I have been active in promoting conservation, the outdoor recreation economy, and local tourism. It was that background that caused some alarm when I found out through the grapevine that the Shelby Farm was for sale. Beautiful property, a lot of open space, bordered by the 10-mile river, the Appalachian Trail, and the last thing I personally wanted to see was a subdivision. Other neighbors felt the same way. We got together, we talked, we strategized about how to market the property to a conservation investor. And to that end, we consulted with conservation organizations, tax lawyers, other experts in the field. We put together a marketing plan, and Josh leading this, we all said, Josh, you have this experience in farming, you have to do this. And one of our members was lucky to find a conservation investor, Michael Armelio. And together, he and Josh bought this farm and planned this project. And it has saved one piece of Dover from development. It's a beautiful spot, and we can all enjoy it. Harlem Valley Homestead's expansion plans align closely with community efforts to promote Dover as a destination by marketing our natural, cultural, and historic resources. Although I write this letter of support in my personal capacity, my volunteer roles are and have been many, including manager of Dover Earth Day at the Dover Middle and High School for 9 years, membership on the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee and the Conservation Advisory Council, founder of the Dutchess County Ducks Unlimited chapter to raise awareness of the Great Swamp in our town, New York State's third largest freshwater wetlands, offering a wide variety of recreation opportunities. Also, to raise awareness that hunters are some of our best conservationists, and there is public hunting in the Great Swamp. And I just want to thank all those waterfowlers who pay their fees. Those fees go to funds that provide purchases of properties in wetlands like the Great Swamp, and money has been used to do that. I'm also an early supporter of the purchase of the Dover Stone Church, and work in kind of a catch-as-catch-can to try to fund a ranger or regular maintenance person in there to take advantage of the higher impact on that conservation area.
Ms. Duhamel?
Yes?
How much more time do you need?
Okay, I'm going to read really fast.
Okay.
It's worth emphasizing that the town's master plan recognizes the value of our natural resources as a community benefit. The Appalachian Trail is one of these resources highlighted in the master plan. As an AT hiker and volunteer, I am aware that much has been made of the view shed from Schaghticoke Mountain. I've reviewed the view shed studies submitted, and I see no negative impact from the proposed project of this view shed. The Appalachian Trail is an internationally recognized brand and our most recognized asset. The homestead's expansion will provide lodging necessary to attract and accommodate a growing number of tourists, of outdoor recreationists. This would be when the property is not fully occupied for events that they're having there. People will not only drive in, park there, and leave after 2 days.
Ms. Duhamel, we're now at 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So,
You're welcome to sign up for the next meeting.
yeah, I will. Thank you. And I did send in comments that are longer.
Thank you.
So I just want to endorse this from an economic development point of view, increasing tourism for our businesses and reducing our property taxes by $774. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duhamel. Next, we have Sarah Lucas.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm one of the farm crew. It's my second year at Harlem Valley Homestead, and I'll talk about that during the next meeting. But now I'm going to read a letter, which I also endorse. Good evening. My name is Brendan McNamara, and I am a resident of Pauling towards its northeast corner, just on the border of Wingdale. I came to know the folks at Harlem Valley Homestead by way of a mutual friend about 4 years ago over dinner. Since then, I have spent a lot of time very close to the project as an advisor. Having spent nearly 30 years in the hospitality industry in executive roles, working across all segments and tiers of hotels, it is not often that I come across a project that I find particularly inspiring. Harlem Valley Homestead is an exception. The reason I find this project so compelling lives on multiple levels. It is at the vanguard of a new type of tourism, agritourism, but that in and of itself is not the engaging part of the story. It is the extensive care that the whole team has taken in planning a project that pays respect to the land, the product of the land, and the community surrounding the venture. There is not one aspect or step to the process that hasn't asked, what will the effect be on the environment, the neighbors, the community at large, and the positive economic impact that the farm can have on the employment and commercial goals of the town and the region. In addition to creating new jobs that are skilled and sustainable, Harley Valley Homestead aims to create a legacy of education and giving back to the community that supports it, in addition to giving visitors a very real sense of place and insight to food production and a healthy whole food approach, all in a time when so much of what we encounter in our diet is overprocessed and undernourished. As a nearby resident that wants to see new ventures that provide positive growth to an area that, frankly, could use an injection of economic stimulus, I have struggled with understanding where the pitfalls for a project like this could be seen. Having been in the room with literally dozens of developments that don't take appropriate measures to understand the impact of said development on the surrounding community or the environment, I can confidently say that it is beyond rare to encounter one that has so carefully considered the goal of having a positive impact on all parties. What is even more uncommon is to encounter a group that has gone to such expense from an almost purely altruistic vantage point to continue on such a protracted path to bring their vision to reality. In my own personal, humble opinion, I find it difficult to resolve how a project with such positive potential impact has been met with so many hurdles. It seems counter to the goals of the community and future economic and ecological sustainability to not have a venture like Harlem Valley Homestead proceed. And then there's a little blurb about vital to a brighter tomorrow, which I also agree with. Thank you. And the letter's from Brendan McNamara.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Andrew Gregg.
All right. Thank you for having me. With the speakers that have been up here, my talk has changed quite a bit in my head here. But most importantly, I have lived in Wingdale for 10 years on Dogtail Corners Road, and I am a supporter of this farm. My family and I are small farm enthusiasts, and we do gain benefit from their courses. We have planted trees with them. We've harvested stuff. And my daughter has learned things. And as well, we also buy the food, what's more important than healthy and nutritious food. And finally, what I was going to come up here and say is that although this is development, the development I would be more concerned about would be the housing development, and one of the previous speakers had some information which was new to me, but in whether it was this farm or a housing development, I'm sure that you would do a great job with the sewer system and things like that, and that's not a concern of mine. The concern of mine is that when a housing development is put in, what do? They strip out all the soil, they strip out all the trees, and what are you left with? You're left with a desert. And so what do you have to do to get grass to grow in that desert? Well, you've got to put pesticides, you've got to kill the dandelions that want to inhabit a distressed area. And then what do you have to do to get grass to grow? You got to put in fertilizer. So where's that going to all go? In an uncontrolled manner, that's going to go into the 10 Mile River. So that is a big concern of mine, which is maybe mitigated by the fact that you can't get that many residents. I think I'm going to check on that. That's something new to me, but that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to the second sheet. There are 5 speakers left. Amy Brenner.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I'm Amy Brenner. I live at 131 Old Branch Road in Wingdale, directly across from the farm. So I have eyes on them a lot. It's always been a beautiful view. And I was very nervous when it came up for sale. And I was thrilled when I first heard it was going to be a farm, but I'm a potter. I sit in my studio. I have glass windows. I look across at the farm, and I saw huge earth-moving machines and heard them, and saw trees coming, a lot of trees coming down, things like that. And I went over there and for one of the farm tours, and the machinery was gone, and it was just, idyllic, but I am very concerned about the river. And people have talked about the runoff, the sewage, and also I was in the food business for most of my life, and I worked a lot of weddings, and I went over there and I heard them start talking about weddings. And I know first they were tried for a camp zoning, I believe, and then they went for a conference zoning. And so these people who come to weddings they feel very entitled, I think, plus they're often very drunk, and they don't really care about the property so much. I know that from personal experience and having a lot of complaints made to me as the caterer for behavior of the guests. So, and also I am worried that if, once it passes on, once it has a conference, zoning, it could just, take off and become anything. And someone else said, there's other properties around here that same thing could happen. I'm just hoping that the town board will really take a good look at it and make sure that, the environmental impact will be good for the river and the animals and the people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenner. Mark Burkhart.
Thank you. I live, Mark Burkhardt, I live on Route 55. I can see and hear the traffic on Old Forge. I can see Mrs. Pickering's place, the Brothers Farm. I can hear their cows
Excuse me, sir, could
mooing.
you take your hat off, please? Thank you.
I can hear the cows mooing, which I'm okay with, by the way. But it seems to me 95% of the conversation this evening by the speakers and the board has revolved around the farming, which nobody seems to have an issue with. It's beautiful. They've done a great job down there. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the safety of the road, and I'm here about the conference center. So I'd like somebody to answer me. When this project, if it goes through, is fully realized, on a Saturday, in a 12-hour period, with 40 cabins and a wedding, how many cars are going to be going up and down that road? Can somebody answer me that? And I'd urge all of you to park up by the Brothers Farm and walk that road and tell me if you think it can handle 200 cars a day. I've walked that road for 40 years with my dogs. When they were constructing and bringing in the lowboys with the excavators, there's places on that road, there's nowhere to go. You literally have to climb a bank with the dog to get away from them. I had a conversation with the highway supervisor today. He's aware of the problems with that road, although I have pictures showing the latest rainfall where the elevation of the 10-Mile River and Old Forge Road are identical, and the water has begun to come over onto the road. So that road needs a lot more than widening, and it's unclear to me from any of the speakers tonight, this relationship where they own the underlying rights to the road, but you all are responsible for safety. It's a murky deal to me. What specifically are you going to have them do? Are they going to replace that bridge? That bridge is in terrible repair. If you look under that bridge, it's essentially a 10-foot culvert with 18 inches of dirt on it with some rocks around it. There's no concrete. There's no head walls. There's no wing walls. And I still haven't got an answer to the number of cars that are going to be on that road. So you all have talked about the farming. I'm in favor of that. It's beautiful. They've done a great job. But that's not the problem. The problem is the conference center and the road. And I hope that's where your focus is. Thank you.
Teresa Ryan.
Good evening, Teresa Ryan. Been a resident of Dover for about 40 years, and we've lived in Dual Hollow for about 34 years. My husband and I submitted a letter to your board, and I'm going to read that tonight. With regard to the above referenced project, we are in favor of Harlem Valley Homestead's current farming operations and agricultural uses and proposed country inn and conference center, especially in light of the fact that other as-of-right uses, such as a residential subdivision, could potentially be much more impactful in an unfavorable use of this historically farmed land. Since its inception, the Harlem Valley Homestead has been a valued community-building entity through their workshops and free events, educational programs, job opportunities, sustainable farming practices, farm stands, CSA, food donations, and more. We thank the Planning Board as lead agent for the coordination of the extensive list of involved and interested agency reviews and adhering to the Town of Dover codes, for aligning their decisions with the town's comprehensive master plan, and for following the State Environmental Quality Review Act regulations. We are confident that your board will find that this project will be an asset to the town of Dover. We support the HVH as a vital part of the town of Dover and believe they will continue to foster a direct connection between the community and the land through the expansion of their facilities and offerings. Thank you.
Ray Bracone.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Ray Bracone, I live on Berkshire Road here in Wingdale. I'm here as a resident of Wingdale, and I'm a big outdoors person. I use the 10 Mile River, kayak and everything, and I'm worried about the impact that the project's going to have on the river. I love the aspect, the farming aspect, what they're doing right now, but I think there's going to be a big problem with the conference center. You're going to have weddings there with over 400 people. If you don't think that's going to have any impact on the land, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm also here as I'm a member of the Appalachian Mountain Club Connecticut chapter, and my area that I take care of borders the Harlem Valley Homestead. And we're already seeing impact. They have a old woods road that leads onto our property from the farm, and we're getting a lot of use on it. We have trail cameras up there to prove that. But once they start having big groups there and everything, we're worried about impact on Appalachian Trail lands. And also, as far as the view shed from Scattercoat, my opinion differs about the view shed. You're going to be able to see that. Anybody who goes up there and looks down, you look right on the property where the conference center is going to be. That thing's going to stand out like a sore thumb. Like I said, I support their farming that they do, but as far as the conference center and all that traffic that's going to be going in there, I'm against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bracone. Chloe Jackson.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Chloe Jackson. I live in Pauling. I was a culinary apprentice in a women-led kitchen, something pretty rare in the culinary world, last year at Harlem Valley Homestead. I only heard of the homestead and met Josh last summer when they were creating waves at the Pauling Farmers Market by being the only vendor pushing back on the policy to not allow any display of solidarity with the nationwide movement after the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. That made me and other friends of color I have feel comfortable, like true members of the community. A black mother who raised 3 kids in the Pauling School District went to the farmers market for the first time ever that summer because of their solidarity. Josh has used the homestead to bring members of the community together, total strangers leaving us friends, to discuss race and other topics that are shunned all over the town. Something that was new for me as a lifetime community member and many others. Even though a meeting or two was interrupted by harassment like unnecessary honking to drown us out from disgruntled, disapproving neighbors, we managed to create a community within our community of open, kind people. HVH wants to teach people of every background the joy of farming and feeding yourself, all while honoring the land. Allowing for those who are less fortunate to experience the same things as their rich neighbors, maybe for the first time ever. Leaving no community member behind by accepting SNAP benefits for their produce. It's almost meant for families, for parents to bring their kids for a weekend getaway and make good memories from something as simple as living off the land. There is nothing so heavily based on communal interaction anywhere near this area that I can think of. If you want young families, young parents and children from all backgrounds to move to these very rural, isolated areas, you need progressive organizations to foster activities that engage their children from a young age and onwards, especially in environments that allow everyone, no matter race, gender, sexual orientation, etc., to feel accepted and valid. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is it for our speaker list. Give this to the secretary. All right, so at this time, we've already voted to continue the public hearing. Oh, thank you for your use of your phone. We have already continued to vote. We've already voted to continue the public hearing to our next meeting. Yes, the attorney for the applicant.
Yeah, so just for the record, Neil Alexander, a partner at Cuddy and Fader. I know we're going to continue to next month. We heard the comments. You know, we're going to take a little more time, obviously, to reflect on them. And to the extent necessary, although most of the topics were things we spent, if you think about it, back in September of 2020, we started meeting very regularly, submitting reports, amplifying studies, getting feedback. It all collated into the August narrative that we submitted to you, 28 pages, the executive summary. So most of the comments are things that either you all had brought up, your staff had brought up, DEC consultation, SHPO consultation. So there wasn't really much new, at least in the flow of tonight, in listening to it, that we feel is going to require us to put a submission in. But that doesn't mean, as we haven't always through this process, we're not going to take a few steps back, take some time to reflect on it, and then if we need to submit some more to you, to either clarify something, amplify something that we've done. We look forward to doing that with you, and then obviously we'll come back and have the continued public hearing on October 4th, and that's at least where our head is at. If there's more that you want us to think about, we'd love to listen and hear from you and take that away and sort of go to that, writer's garret and spend some time thinking about some responses if there's other information you want us to consider at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
I think we're good for
Great.
now. Thank you.
We'll see you see you in a couple of weeks, actually.
2 weeks, yes. Yes, sir? Sorry, would you like to speak at this public hearing? Okay, if you could just, if I could have the sheet back, please. Please state your name and address.
Yes, Steve Priest. I live on 196 Old Forge Road, and I have to admit a couple of things. 30 years ago, when I bought that property, my heart rate went way down driving down that beautiful road. Another thing I have to mention with the comments tonight is I'm one of Adam and Kim's cohorts. So I wonder if you can put up just on where I am on the property. Do you have the plan? The master plan? See it better?
All right. This is your parcel, correct, Mr. Priest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
I just have to have the,
here I am.
Mr. Priest, you just have the microphone with you. You have this parcel.
Yeah, this is me here. This is Josh's property, Harlem Valley Homestead. Here, here, here. And if you add the picture of all the buildings that are going up, it's right across from my house. Right in here, there's what, 20, 30 cabins going in? So, yeah, okay.
Give me one moment.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Okay.
All right.
So my house is right here. Here's the cabins. Here's the build out here. All this building going here. And I have to drive all the way through here to get to my home. Now you've heard from everybody in here, a lot of people in here, saying how much they enjoyed this project, but they don't live back here. That's why you only hear from a few people. Adam, Kim, and a few others. So what I'm saying is, we thought, my wife and myself thought we would enjoy our retirement, but now we're going to have hundreds of people park their cars here and walk around up and down the road, across the buildings, and it's going to be a zoo. But I'll get back to you next time in the meeting, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. You're welcome to sign up ahead of time for the public hearing. Thank you. All right, with that, this public hearing is now continued to our next meeting. All right, we have, let's see, back to this. Okay, request to release performance bonds and line of credit. If everyone could quietly leave, thank you. You are welcome to stay, but please leave quietly.
The mass exodus.
Are you staying down here or are you driving?
All right, so again, we are still having a planning board meeting. We are going to continue that meeting. All of you need to step out of the room if you want to speak. Thank you. So we have a resolution recommending the release of the performance guarantee for Dover Solar. Whereas the applicant, Cypress Creek Renewables, was granted erosion and sediment control permit approval to construct a 3,000 kilowatt solar farm on property located at Route 22, identified as tax parcel number 7061-00-730-320 in the RU zoning district. And whereas, as a condition of approval of an erosion sediment control permit, the applicant was required to submit a performance guarantee in the amount of $75,000. And whereas the planning board engineer has conducted a final inspection and by letter dated August 20, 2021 has confirmed that all work authorized under the permit has been completed and all provisions of the permit have been met. And whereas pursuant to Town Code Section 65-11, subsection C, such performance guarantee shall continue in full force and effect until a certificate of compliance shall have been issued by the authorized official after such consultation with any agencies or individuals as he deems necessary to ensure that all provisions of this chapter and of the permit have been met. Mr. Berger, if you just close the doors there, please, thank you. Now therefore be it resolved, pursuant to Town Code Section 65-11, subsection C, the Town Dover Planning Board hereby recommends issuance of a certificate of compliance and the subsequent release of the performance guarantee submitted to the town by the applicant. This resolution is being offered by
So moved.
Member Morosky, seconded by Member Villano. Discussion. Okay, so this is the solar farm that's on Route 22 in the general proximity of Cricket Valley Energy, south of the Dover Middle School, High School. Right. All right. Any questions regarding this resolution? Okay, seeing no questions regarding this resolution, and our engineer confirming that they have, sure?
Just want to remind the board, this is for the erosion control of the project. And that would be the sediment, stabilization, and stormwater specifically.
Okay.
Has the project received a certificate of compliance for the site plan portion of it?
That's Don's dealing with that, so I'm not sure.
Oh.
This is just for the erosion control part.
Right, I'm just wondering.
All right, so there's still the outstanding, potentially outstanding issue of the site plan.
Yes, it's separate from the erosion control.
For erosion control. Thank you. Any further comments or questions regarding this resolution? Okay, seeing no comments or questions, resolution recommending the release of the performance guarantee for Dover Solar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, the resolution is thereupon adopted 6-0 with one absence. Next we have resolution recommending the release of a performance guarantee for Stony Brook. Whereas the applicant, Brevi Holding LLC, has acquired the project known as Stony Brook Estates from Randallo, Inc., which was granted erosion sediment control permit approval to construct a 28 dwelling unit condominium development on a 100.9 project acre site, now 38.01 acres, located on Route 22, Dover Plains in the RC District, tax grid numbers 7063-00-442492 and -390362, collectively known as the project. And whereas as a condition of approval of an erosion sediment control permit, the applicant was required to submit a performance guarantee in the amount of $33,500. Whereas the town board has accepted a performance guarantee from Brevi Holding LLC to replace the performance guarantee submitted by Randallo Inc. for the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board hereby recommends release of the performance bond submitted by Randallo Inc. Resolution is being offered by Member Rahman, seconded by Member Williams. Discussion? So again, just the new owners of the property, we're releasing the previous owners from their obligation.
Right,
And actually, Marilyn and I spoke earlier, and we also need to make sure that the old escrow account is closed out and that a new escrow account is established for the inspections once they start construction.
Okay.
They've already started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the road is being worked on.
We're going to be needing to spend some time out there, so we need to make sure that that's
Okay.
there's some issues.
Okay.
Is that a vote at our next meeting then to?
Well, I wasn't sure where it stands, but normally the town requires a vote to release an escrow, but we don't want to release it until the new one.
Right, so we're not doing that tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay, that's
Just,
what I'm saying.
Just putting it on the
At
radar.
a future meeting, we may need to.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion, resolution regarding the release of the performance guarantee for Stony Brook? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of resolution recommending the release of the performance guarantee for Stony Brook, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. This resolution is adopted 6-0 with one absence.
Before you get to the minutes,
Yep.
I do have a question, Joe, probably revolves around you. I think it was Dover One, the apartment building behind McDonald's on Nelly Hill.
Yeah.
Apparently they're doing the work there.
They are?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
I'll swing by
Some-
tomorrow.
Some of it, and apparently with the last rain, like the neighbor's basement flooded.
Yeah, it did, yeah, I know.
So who's responsible?
If they were doing work, I wasn't aware they were doing, because they didn't
That,
notify
that's what
us.
they told
And
me.
they could be, if they did.
Okay, where would
I
the
wasn't
neighbor?
aware they had their permit.
She said they were doing work back there and it flooded, so I don't know.
I'm in town tomorrow with Don, we're doing inspections, so I'll swing by.
Okay.
All right.
Or drive around.
To be clear, we don't know they were doing
We
work.
don't know.
They may
It
have
was
been
just-
doing
I'm
work.
may
I'm
have,
unaware of it
But
because
either
I
way,
was-
they said the last rainstorm.
Okay. I knew that it was flooded,
whether-
and I
yeah.
got pictures from people who sent them, and I've been in contact with the ESJ, try to
And they
get
said-
their permit expedited. I wasn't aware they did work, but
I'm not sure if they did
I will
or-
find out tomorrow. We'll swing by, Don and
She
I
said
can
the
swing
first
by.
floor of the apartment building got flooded out pretty bad too.
Okay. We'll put that on our list to go
I mean,
over tomorrow.
it was a substantial storm. It's certainly possible,
Oh,
with
yeah.
or without this project,
It's
that could have
possible.
been
It's
flooded.
possible. Unless during the construction, they blocked off the culvert.
I don't
and
know.
made it worse.
Just a quick,
Word of mouth, I just figured because it was all about guarantees and whatnot, that,
We'll certainly report back to everybody. I'll send an email around
Okay.
on what we find.
just a quick question. I mean, is it possible they could have started the work away from the river and not have to, they wouldn't need the DEC permit yet?
That is true, but.
That's possible.
But Don would have been notified with
Sure,
the
you'd-
chapter
you'd
65,
hope.
which
Right.
I haven't been told, so.
Okay, so we'll find, you'll figure it out tomorrow. You'll let us know. Okay,
Get in touch with Don?
I'm meeting Don tomorrow at the first site.
okay.
there you go.
Thank you. All right, thank you for bringing that up, though. I appreciate it. All right, next we'll move on to the minutes. So we have the minutes in front of us. The only thing I saw was under Harlem Valley Homestead, if you look at the beginning of the second line on the second page,
I don't have one.
just a quick adjustment needs to be made, that's all.
I made so many copies.
Yes, it's right, that's right. It's the approval of the August,
I could do tonight's right away?
August 30th minutes.
Type them up and approve them tonight. Be very efficient.
Yeah, what did I write?
The acronym just needs to be spelled correctly, that's all.
Oh, secret?
Sequa? Sequa?
That's damn print. Okay, I'll fix it.
Thank you. So with that change, need a motion to approve the minutes of August 30th, 2021. Motion made by
So moved.
Member Roman, seconded by
Second.
Member Volano. Discussion. Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approval of the August 30th minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Okay, that is approved by a vote of 6-0 with one absence. All right, our next meeting is October 4th. The deadline for that has passed. So I'm anticipating that on our next agenda, we'll have Double JK Ranch, Harlem Valley Homestead, and then at the public hearings that go with them. And then I guess, I don't know if we're releasing any kind of escrow or guarantee or something. All right, then October 18th with a deadline of October 1st, and then November 15th with a deadline of October 29th. All right, is there any further business before this planning board?
I'd like to make one statement.
Yes.
Is there any chance we can get 3 microphones for our consultant?
I was thinking that, yes. We'll have to,
Or at least one
I
more.
thought we had more before.
starting to become microphone guy. Yeah.
Sorry, Erin.
No, it's cool. All right. I'm with you, yeah. Or,
Well, we can steal one from there and they
Oh.
can keep them from talking.
Wireless.
all right. That's a good point. Anything further?
Oh, we could just put it on a boom and then we can wave it back.
If we,
and forth.
Yeah.
if we make this meeting any longer, all the planning board members won't be making minimum wage, so, sorry about this. Sometimes this happens, we have long meetings, so not to prolong it, I'll make a motion to adjourn, seconded by Member Morosky. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we're adjourned.
Like me daddy, I'm still your kid. The way you see you are also very different. Beauty in the broken American moment. Like me daddy, happiness ain't free.